Serdecznie Państwa witamy.
Good morning. Welcome to the Europe of the Carpathians, the most Central European of Central European conferences. Actually, a series of conferences that we have organized for years. It's the 30th time now, and this has been done upon the initiative of Marshal Kuchcinski. Mr. Bonk and Szymanowski, we have the pleasure of opening day 2 of our conference, and it's a pleasure to start the first panel, 30 years of free Central European countries and building regional cooperation. Central Europe, unrightly called Eastern Europe back then. We are very different from Eastern Europe, but we share a lot as well. We have left the COVID-19 crisis, which is giving us a great opportunity to face the challenges that Europe faces and our region faces. And I suppose it is only right that we should address the short, medium and long-term prospects for the collaboration in our region from our panelists. So 30 years and what is next coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, 30 years of freedom in Central and Central Europe and 30 years of building a regional collaboration. Our guests today are Mr. Telecki, Deputy Speaker of the Polish Parliament, Mr. Michał Popszoj, Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Moldova, Richard Hurczyk, Chair of the Committee of the European Affairs from Hungary, Mr. Bogusław Sonik, MP, member of the Sejm and Senate delegation to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, Poland, Mr. Martin Front, former Minister of Education, Deputy Chairman of the Institute of Christian Social Politics, Slovakia, and Professor Jan Draus, University of Rzeszów, Chair of the Council of the Institute of National Remembrance. We are also going to be joined by Mr. Zingeris from the Select Committee for International Affairs from the Sejm in Lithuania. Ladies and gentlemen, 30 years. 30 years full of success, full, sometimes partial success. We are in this part of Europe, which is growing most rapidly, not only in Europe, but worldwide. Much is being done. Much is being done. Work in progress is the name of the game. However, the clock is not ticking positively for this part of Europe, but it has slowed down, we believe. All the hands of the clock seem to be moving in the wrong direction. The future of our freedoms, so recently regained, appears to be at risk in a number of dimensions. But is it true? Is it a true diagnosis? Is it the right diagnosis? And if so, what needs to be done in this year and beyond to ensure that in the next conferences here we could say, yes, the recent time has been even more successful. We have accomplished even more than we expected and we thought we could. So, Deputy Speaker, Mr. Telecki, what is your vision of that concept. Ladies and gentlemen, we all can count all the success stories over the past years, over the past 30 years, over the past 10 years. Some of us are in the Union, some of us are in the NATO. We have good ideas such as V4. We have the excellent idea of the 3 Cs. In a nutshell, our collaboration has flourished in the region. However, I would prefer now to discuss our failures. It's a problem that we need to solve. Now, in fact, there are several problems. On the one hand, it's the issue of accepting countries that aspire to membership of the European Union and how the EU looks upon this. And the conclusion here is that it's sort of hopeless. The EU doesn't wish to accept new members, or at least it doesn't identify specific steps in the roadmap. Both for aspiring members and us, and I mean Poland and other countries in Central Europe. Now, why is it important for the aspiring, possibly future members? Well, because some of them have already complied with the expectations. In fact, some of them complied with the expectations that were posed even before new expectations were formulated. In other words, original expectations were topped up with more expectations later. And however, we may have to face a situation that is already happening. Some of the countries that are in compliance with EU expectations are still sitting in the waiting room without the door to the main room, and there is a degree of disappointment. They ask questions: how come? We have done our bit. We have done what has been required. We have gone to lengths to ensure compliance, and nothing is happening. And in most of the countries, societies appear to support rather strongly the idea of EU membership, but it may erode. Let's look at Turkey. Turkey, which has been trying to get into the European communities even since the 60s. And the recent mishap, Austrians' veto, put a halt on the Turkish aspirations. Well, does Turkey want to be in the EU? Obviously, the question should be asked of the Turkish people, but it appears the readiness to go forward with the European project has weakened, and the same may apply to Georgia, Ukraine, and of course the Balkans. It's a burning question that applies to Moldova. Now, why do we want these countries to be in so badly? And I mean we, the Polish people and other nations who have been fortunate or misfortunate to be in. Now, in the EU, the concept of a single state is maturing. It's progressing. A far-reaching integration is on the table, and this project is linked to another one, which we have protested again.
wymieniany jako jedna z możliwości funkcjonowania Unii w przyszłości, mianowicie pomysł prędkości.
and that is the Europe of two speeds, possibly three speeds,
W Unii,
whereby there will be countries more in the Union than others,
w tym klubie najważniejszych i będą takie, które będą
and there will be countries that will be less so on the sidelines,
które są w tym głównym mainstreamie.
with
My tego już
adequate
doświadczamy.
treatment,
Ta
different
wymiaru
from the
sprawiedliwości,
one that applies
która
to the mainstream. And we
znacznie
are experiencing this, the
naśladuje
reform of
rozwiązania
the justice system
hiszpańskie.
that is emulating French and German
Przez,
systems is
wyraźnie jesteśmy
not
traktowani
allowed
inaczej
in
niż
Poland
te kraje.
by the EU, and we seem to be treated differently than the countries of the old Europe.
My chcemy, żeby te państwa, które jeszcze w Unii nie są, żeby się w niej znalazły, bo po pierwsze
So we want countries that are not in
państw, które będą
to be in, because there will be more of us will be protesting against the project
no, a po drugie,
of the Europe of two speeds. Secondly, we will be stronger together to counter some of the idiotic
błąkają, albo które
ideas that circulate in Europe or have made it to the top agendas of this or that EU institution, and that is a clear vested interest of Poland, and as it is of other member states, such as Hungary, for example.
problem do rozwiązania jak najpilniej. No bo
This is a very urgent problem. It must be solved quickly. History is gaining speed,
w tym czasie, który ucieka.
and one has to take the time now to
Oczywiście, no, ale
solve
drugi
one's issues.
problem, o którym wciąż rozmawiamy dziś, rozmawiałem z panią wiceprzewodniczącą
This morning,
Parlamentu
I spoke to the representative of the Montenegrin Parliament,
współpracować. Musimy blisko
and
współpracować tu w naszym
we reinforced the need for us to work together in the region. And I give it as an example of how significant it is for all of us to work together. Now, we take our own part. Some of us
państwa
want to be in the mainstream,
tylko przeczekają.
striving for the single state, believing that the idea is so stupid that you just have to wait it out. They will be inside this idea. They will continue nodding, waiting for the idea to collapse. Some other countries
Innych orientacji.
choose a different path and reorient
Na Słowacji
towards Russia. We see this in Slovakia and Serbia.
Są różne rządy. Prawica rządzi w
There
Polsce,
are
na Węgrzech.
different governments. The right wing
W innych krajach rządzą
rules in Poland, Hungary, and Slovenia. In other countries, it's the left wing. But the interests are shared regardless of political color.
tak jak u nas lewica mówią, że oni są za jednym państwem.
And people have to understand this.
Integrować Unię.
Our left wing are saying in Poland that they prefer a single state in Europe because they see this as an opportunity
Słaba lewica,
to remove
rozmycie się jakieś.
the right wing from power in many
Jeszcze
countries.
jeden problem, z którym mamy do czynienia.
And another problem that we face in the east
Dekadencja, która
of Europe
zaczyna Unię niszczyć.
is the decadence
Szalone pomysły.
that is starting to
Nie mówię, że sprawa klimatu jest drugorzędna.
destroy Europe, those mad ideas. I'm not saying climate is unimportant,
Zamordować nasze gospodarki.
but the idea that we should murder our economies with
Będą dotyczyć prawda, niewielkiej cząstki świata.
lunatic
Chce być
ideas
zmian
to favor an avant-garde of change that is supposed to protect us against climate change. It's nonsense. Why should we, of all countries, all regions, stop our growth while others couldn't care less? There's another idea to destroy the history, tradition, and the values underlying Europe. There are ideas that want to impose the dictatorship of sexual minorities. This is crazy, and we have to protest it, and the Hungarians are at the forefront of fighting this madness. And so in general terms, it's about defending the families. So, Mr. Chairman, I am nearing the end of my statement. All this means that we should really get our act together, working together to build a union that we want and that we can accept. If it goes in the direction it seems to be going, we have to look for some plastic, flexible solutions. The British have shown that the dictatorship of Brussels bureaucracy is not to their liking, and they turned their face away from it and they left. We don't want to leave. Our support for the EU is high in Poland, but we must not be cornered, and we must not be led astray away from our identity and growth. And well, the stakes are high, and all it takes is to talk and agree to face the challenges. And there's another one coming up, Afghanistan. And we may see the repetition of 2015, 1 million people treading through Europe. People are trying to get into Western Europe, and some of them are waiting on the Belarusian-Polish border, waiting for the border to be less impervious. Thank you, Mr. Terlecki. I would like to ask the representative of Moldova. Mr. Terlecki has mentioned a couple of issues that need to be addressed. What is your view? What is the role of your parliament in the context of collaboration with the Polish parliament and the parliaments of other countries? Maybe in the context of this conference, the Europe of the Carpathians, where we tend to sit at one table, we people who have realistic means of affecting policies. Now, what is your view on the issue?
Thank you. Indeed, it is a pleasure to be part in a conference entitled Europe of the Carpathians. And even though Moldova technically doesn't have Carpathian Mountains on its territory, but it's better to be associated with this geographic and mental construct rather than the traditional or the usual one as a post-Soviet state or newly independent state or some sort of construct other than a European state. So in this sense, I'm delighted to be here, especially given the political reality that we have in Moldova these days. Unlike a few years back, Moldova now is back on track towards democratic consolidation and European integration, and has diverted this fall into the abyss that the country was facing just a few years back, with democratic backsliding being at the top of the agenda, major concerns being raised all across Europe with regards to Moldova's future. Now, just a month ago, we've had parliamentary elections, and the party that I have the honor to represent has won the absolute majority in parliament, which we have not had quite for some time in Moldova. So, unlike the region, Moldova now is a oasis of stability, which is quite a good situation to be, especially given the Moldovan recent political history. And moreover, Moldova is incredibly lucky to have trusted partners in the European Union, partners who see the importance of European integration of Moldova, as Speaker Terlecki just mentioned. And we are indeed very much keen towards creating the circumstances in Moldova so that we can qualify to this philosophy that is being promoted in Brussels, more for more. But it's just a matter of whether this will indeed be reciprocated, and if we manage to indeed to implement those difficult reforms, which we first and foremost do for the sake of the Moldovan citizens. Implementation of justice reform, building resilience in state institutions, reform of the security sector to combat hybrid threats. This is in the interest of the Moldovan citizens first and foremost. But we are very much keen to be recognized, to be acknowledged as a potential member of the European Union, because there is no alternative. If you ask the Moldovan citizens, the Moldovan voters, their strategic choice is quite clear, and it has been stated quite vividly in this most recent election. And European integration is, if you will, for many perceived as a proxy or as a guarantee for development, for democratic consolidation, because the geopolitical context in the region creates such circumstances that unless Moldova is firmly anchored towards the European integration agenda, it will remain subject to the geopolitical winds and to the outcomes of potential elections that can put the country back towards where we've been recently, where corrupt elites can obfuscate the national political process, can try to maintain the veneer of European integration, but behind that veneer to try to speculate and even at times even to blackmail international partners with the geopolitical context in the region. And that's something that should not happen. But answering the craving of the Moldovan citizens, recognizing their craving to be members of the European Union, which quite a lot of us are. I mean, more than a quarter of the Moldovan population are also citizens of Romania, like myself and many of my fellow colleagues in our faction in parliament. But the reforms that we are doing now, first and foremost in the justice sector, to make sure that we reduce the rampant corruption and the clan-based mentality in the justice sector, where judges, prosecutors, bailiffs are part of a single clan, and one hand washes the other. Thankfully, we have now the means to intervene legislatively to make sure that the voice of the citizens is heard and that the voice of the citizens is reflected in the governing process and not the way we've had until very recently. So for us, European integration is part of our political DNA, if you will, the Party of Action and Solidarity that I represent. But at the same time, we benefit now quite a lot from the deep and comprehensive free trade area. So economically, we are quite integrated into the European market. 70% of Moldovan exports go to the EU. Ironically, Transnistria, the separatist region in Moldova, exports more towards the EU than it exports towards Russia. Transnistria exports more towards Romania than it exports towards Russia. So Moldova, including Transnistria, is very much anchored economically into the European market. And the neoliberal ideology would tell you, perhaps naively, that while you have economic integration, this will inevitably spill over into democratic consolidation. And given that we are integrated economically, we'll also sort of somehow by default evolve and adhere towards European democratic standards. And that has not been the case in the region. Unfortunately, if you don't have a strong commitment by the political elite towards democratic consolidation, you can have economic integration with the EU, you can try to reap the benefits of economic cooperation with the EU, but from a democratic standpoint, you can still remain this democratic backsliding. But for us now, it's very important to be able to capitalize on this unique opportunity that the voters have given us, this one-party majority. And we're very fortunate to have the support of partners in Europe, as I just mentioned. The President of Poland visited Moldova just the other day on the 30th anniversary of Moldovan independence, along with the Romanian and Ukrainian president, which was quite an event for Moldova, for the Moldovan citizens, to see that we have support in the European Union, support in the region. And we look forward towards building stronger cooperation, multilateral and bilateral, with Poland. Poland has been quite instrumental in 2008, 2009 with the launch of the Eastern Partnership. But the Eastern Partnership needs to evolve. The Eastern Partnership is defeating its purpose when in the same structure you have Belarus and Moldova. Yes, there are de facto two tracks there already, given that Moldova has an association agreement and a DCFTA with the European Union and much more advanced political relations. But by virtue of having this construct, which still maintains these countries together with no clear perspective towards the future, it does defeat the purpose. So we very much look forward towards the evolution of the Eastern Partnership, to recognize the ambitions of Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine, very much in line with the more for more principle that the European Union so straightforwardly put forward. So for us, now one of the major priorities, apart from the justice reform, which we understand is a pillar, is a foundation for any economic reforms that we want to do. Because you cannot have the slightest hope of attracting foreign direct investment if you cannot guarantee property rights, if you cannot guarantee protection from raider attacks. We understand, and not just for foreign investors, for investors that are already in the country, both foreign and Moldovan citizens who have had that was struggling. So for us, justice reform, ensuring property rights, ensuring predictable regulatory framework is a major priority. We are now in the process of reforming the Competition Council, the national regulator in the energy sector, which is highly problematic, highly sensitive area, given the incredible vulnerability that Moldova is facing with 100% of oil and 80% of natural gas coming from Russia, and 80% of electricity coming from the Russian-controlled power plant in Transnistria. And to add, we have this separatist conflict, and to add insult to injury, separatist enclave, by virtue of paying the electricity bill, which is the main revenue for the so-called Transnistrian budget. And for 30 years, Moldovan political elites have not come up to the urgency of interconnecting the Moldovan energy sector with the European market. And it's only now that we are making real steps towards connecting the Moldovan energy grid with the Romanian one, therefore with the European energy market, so that we are not 100% dependent on the energy resources coming from Russia via Transnistria. And from this perspective, we also have to make steps towards full implementation of the third energy package, so that we can unbundle the energy sector. There is, of course, a lot of pushback, but we need to do that if we want to have a truly liberalized energy market so that we can reduce this incredible vulnerability that we are facing. But speaking of vulnerabilities and the geopolitical context and the intertwining between economy and politics, the infamous Russian embargo on Moldovan wines that was imposed in 2005, 2006, it ended up to be a blessing in disguise, because that external shock has pushed Moldovan winemakers to actually improve the quality tremendously. And at this point in time, we have not yet reached the quantity, the volume of production that we had before the embargo, but in terms of revenue, we have surpassed in terms of actual euro revenue from the wines that we sell. So the quality of wines increased quite a bit. So that push, that external shock, ended up being a blessing in disguise. But there is still a lot of work to do, and we are quite fortunate to have a new political elite coming up in Moldova, a lot younger. That it's also probably quite vivid from this panel. Also a lot of women. The first Moldovan president now is a woman. Chairwoman of the Constitutional Court is a woman. Prime Minister of the country is a woman. Only the Speaker of Parliament is a man. It's out of context. And we have also made strides in promoting younger generation in politics. And you might be surprised, but I'm not the youngest member of my faction. There are also some of my colleagues who are much younger, but all have experience, all have had exposure to European universities, and are eager to invest their time and effort towards bringing Moldova closer to the European Union, and more importantly, towards bringing Moldova closer to the living standards that Moldovan citizens deserve. Because the abject poverty that Moldovan citizens have been struggling with this 3 decades is something that should not happen in Europe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Za sytuację, w której znajduje się funkcjonuje w tej chwili.
Thank you very much for your presentation on the current situation in Moldova. And I'm very grateful when you mentioned the role of democracy, the importance of the voice of the people. Today is the 8th of September, another anniversary of the death of Ryszard Siwiec, who set himself on fire in the act of protest of the Soviet invasion. So this was an act of protest of a common man from Przemyśl. I have been talking to Richard Horszczyk about the importance of the voice of the people when it comes to the European Union. And now I would like to give the floor to Richard Horszczyk. Thank you very much for giving me the floor, dear Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to congratulate Mikhail Popsoy on his speech. When I was a member of the European Council, I made a report on the accession of Moldova to the European Union. So I'm very proud that Hungary and me as a Hungarian could do something to support Moldovan membership and Moldovan candidacy. I'm very happy that we can meet in person after 1 year of a break. But I hope that we haven't forgotten our old friendship. I hope that we still feel that we form one community here in Carpathians as we meet here. The forum has been a symbolic event for me for many years. I'd say that during the forum and during the Polish Davos, there's always a special theme on the Visegrad for cooperation. And this is all happening within the Europe of the Carpathians event. This is a very important signal for me. It shows that for the Visegrad countries, the Carpathian cooperation, it's like a little brother. I'd say that this is one of our best cooperation projects. We know full well that for 38 years we were closed. We were a closed communist bloc. We had to cooperate. We were forced to do it. And now it has changed. Now we have seen the value of free cooperation based on mutual benefits. I would like to add the following. Our membership in the European Union since 2004 has shown us how the kind of cooperation is important. I mean cultural, economic, social cooperation. The ability to start cooperating between regions has become a new historical obligation for Central Europe, I would say. Dear Mr. Deputy Speaker, when you asked about the future of the Visegrad 4, I believe that the continuation of cooperation, that's our goal. And the Europe of the Carpathians kind of exists in the framework of the cooperation, of the Visegrad 4 cooperation. If we want the Visegrad cooperation to be still full of energy, to be really strong within the European Union, we need such events and such formats as the Europe of the Carpathians. I think that we should be really thankful to Speaker Kuczynski for his idea behind the Europe of the Carpathians. I think that we should give him a round of applause. Now, what's the deep meaning behind it? What's the impact, possible impact of the Europe of the Carpathians Forum? Just like Deputy Speaker has mentioned, during the 30 years of cooperation in the framework of the Visegrad Group, we also had some lows. But when the Europe of the Carpathians was created, when we saw the outcomes of the cooperation, it strengthened the Visegrad 4. The governments of the Visegrad Group understood that it won't be possible to be successful without the support of other Visegrad countries. We are just stronger together. Ivan Kolchok spoke yesterday, Foreign Minister of Slovakia. He said that Slovakia wouldn't have been effective without the Visegrad 4. But the Europe of the Carpathians has another very important dimension. Our local cooperation has shown what subsidiarity is about. We hear a lot about subsidiarity from Brussels. And what's the situation like there in Brussels? There are elites living in their bubble, in the Commission, in the Council. information from common citizens don't reach them. The elites are too far from the people on the ground. And this is how this deficit of democracy is created. And this is what influences the European Parliament elections. Contrastingly, Europe of the Carpathians initiative is about local cooperation. We meet locally in Krasicen, in Przemyśl, in Szarów-Potok. Ministers from capitals meet. And we are always surprised that there are no highways, there are just local roads, and then we can show them why it is important to build highways. Europe of the Carpathians is a local, bottom-up, grassroots initiative that shows how important it is to build infrastructure. We have managed to initiate the Via Carpathia route. In my region, we are going to finish the last fragment from Miskolc, and I hope that our neighbors from Prešov will continue building the road. Or let's think about the high-speed railway from Warsaw to Budapest. This is a kind of idea that you can come up talking over a nice glass of wine and over a dinner. And I think that thanks to the Europe of the Carpathians cooperation, we managed to focus on the less developed eastern regions. We have managed to shed some light on those regions. I think that the history of the Visegrad 4 shows us that it's really worth developing regional cooperation. For example, in the European Union, we were observing how the Benelux countries shape their cooperation. So we learn from them, and I think that right now our societies are mature enough to engage in fruitful cooperation. One of my friends said yesterday that if it hadn't been for the Visegrad group, we would have binding migrant relocation quotas in place now. And I believe we will need the cooperation once again to stop the migrants on our borders. And when it comes to economic development, back in the 90s, I wouldn't even dream that we would become the engine of the European economy. And what comes next? I think we need to remain guardians of the Lisbon Treaty. We want to continue living in the kind of union that we entered. We can't allow for the European Parliament or for the Commission to play their games behind our backs. And then, Europe of two speeds. This is the kind of policy that they want to have towards Poland or Hungary. So we need to say no. We need to counter liberal ideology.
The pandemic shows that not only can we look at our own people within the country, but we can take care of the entire region. Whatever the governments in V4 are, I wish you all a great success in the Europe of the Carpathians. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for your words and for the good words about the Europe of the Carpathians conference and its success and its offspring, such as Via Carpathia. I would like to give the floor to Martin Franz now, to share his views on the topics at hand. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Ďakujem pekne za slovo. V tak krátkom čase zrejme sa nedá povedať všetko, ale...
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. This brief time slot does not allow me to cover all the topics I would perhaps wish to cover, but let me highlight a couple of points. I'm a medium-level Euro optimist myself. My assessment of the European project is positive. But I would like to say that problems are solved through discussion in Europe rather by waving weapons as it used to be. I believe the European project has brought benefits to our countries and to Western countries. However, we still have issues that need to be solved. They are always there and are waiting our solutions. And Central Europe are the space that unites us, not only in terms of our histories, terms of our past, but also we are united by culture and tradition. Let me give you an example. When we part with our guests, we would give our guest one glass of alcohol if we had drank alcohol, one for the go. In Hungary, it's called the St. John's Blessing, and in Poland, it's called the spur drink, for spurs to be effective in controlling the horse. Now, we have shared traditions, and we have our own ways of solving problems. Not all problems can be solved through European Union. When I sat on the Council of Ministers, in all the voting issues, the Central European bloc was always visible, that these countries formed alliances. And by the way, Central Europe is much broader than V4. We have to appreciate the initiative of Poland. Poland has made a number of has put forward a number of initiatives, and I will not list them here again because we've done so many times. But it may be time now that we extend the V4 group formally. When it comes to the EU and the Lisbon Treaty, it safeguards home rule when it comes to identity and culture. In recent years, however, and we are very sensitive to that in Slovakia, Brussels, through its institutions, is trying to promote a culture which stands in competition based on Judeo-Christian values. And may I be very open about it. I believe Hungary has all the right to put legislation in place to protect young people against gender ideology, and I am confident that the reform of the justice system in Poland is a sovereign matter of Poland. Judicial independence is important, but it is not to be achieved at all cost. And Western countries do not seem to get it. They don't get it how much 50 years of communism have affected the judiciary systems. Now, migration, I believe that we should help out Afghanistan with assets, resources, but a mass migration is a matter which will never be positive in its impacts, because these cultures are not capable of mixing. My daughter lives in France, and I know firsthand how France is struggling with this. Last but not least, on a personal note, I would like to express my expectation. I would be happy if my home country, Slovakia, be part of the process and be more proactive. Thank you very much, and thank you for your offer, and I'm hoping that the Europe of the Carpathians will wander to Slovakia. I would like to hand over to Bogusław Sonik, and I would like organizers to tell me if it is possible to get our connection to Lithuania after Bogusław Sonik's intervention. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm of course highly supportive of regional collaboration, and within the Lisbon Treaty, within the framework of that treaty, there are opportunities for regional collaborative mechanisms to be put in place. And whatever speeds we want, we can do things together at that speed. But from the perspective of the European Parliament, the regional aspect does not mean anything in the European Parliament. To be honest, generally, Central Eastern European countries have always been guided, if you like, or they oriented themselves to the big players, France, Germany, and we have created a regional alliance to fight for more money in structural funds. The Friends of Cohesion, it was called. But the impact was little. I remember our colleagues from the Czech Republic. I asked them why they were not supportive of the efforts to increase structural funds. They said they believed free money demoralized you, so they didn't want more money, or they didn't go to lengths to gain more money. The speaker from Moldova spoke about the Eastern Partnership, the Polish-Swedish initiative, which is actually, the Eastern Partnership has actually come to a halt. The idea to attract countries to the European project, and the idea of helping them prepare for membership appears not to make a great appeal to people. I think what is important is that we identify our interests, common interests, in the EU and present joint positions as much agreed as possible. Is it possible? Yes. Is it easy? Not always. If we see the dispute between the Czech Republic and Poland over the Turów pit mine, one sees that interests diverge. But we should try. We should definitely try. We spoke about railway lines and Via Baltica. These are extra-temporal projects, if you like, and they will naturally unite us. If you look at the brochures of any travel agent today, you will not find much in terms of Eastern or Central European destinations, maybe Prague. But travel agents do not encourage visits to our countries for us. I mean, we are still under the spell of Western Europe and the Western world. And our thoughts are kind of shaped by that world. And there is the Polish-Czech Culture Institute, the Polish-Hungarian Institute. There are first sort of harbingers of what may happen in terms of collaboration. But in conclusion, I suppose Polish people should start traveling to Slovakia, to the Czech Republic, to Hungary, to Slovenia, so that we can meet and greet, in fact, so that we can know more about ourselves, and we should have joint cultural events so that we can understand each other's cultures as well. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Because we have some issues with the connection. Are we on?
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you in most fluent way.
Thank you. Pan przewodniczący delegacji Sejmasu do Zgromadzenia Parlamentarnego Rady Europy. Bardzo proszę.
Sorry, the member of the Committee of Foreign Affairs of the Sejm as Lithuania. The floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Sorry, something wrong with this TV translation. Can you see me? I'm sorry, gentlemen.
Yes.
No.
It's okay.
It's okay, yes, wonderful. Pierwszy po polsku chcemy pozdrowić wszystkich.
In Polish, I would like to send our regards to everyone.
To jest oczywiście ważne, że państwa
It is important
państwa skandynawskie będziemy razem.
That we will sit together with the Scandinavian countries, and Baltic countries too.
Z mojej strony chcę powiedzieć, że mamy bardzo ważny widok tego, co było w ciągu tych 30 lat.
We have looked back at 30 years, and we believe it has been important developments.
Tutaj w państwach nadbałtyckich nie mieliśmy poczucia, że jesteśmy
in the Baltic states, we did not feel we were part, or we were linked to Russia, or we were somehow bound by the heritage of the Soviet Union. And that's why, for us, it is important that the NATO presence in Poland, Czech Republic, and in the Baltic states should be at the same equal level.
Teraz jesteśmy pod ataką reżimu w Mińsku. i oczywiście, który jest manipulowany przez Moskwę.
Now we are looking at the dictatorship or the regime in Minsk, which is being manipulated by Russia, of course.
I dlatego musimy wszystko, co związane z
Therefore,
Unią Europejską, z tym, co było zbudowane
we must
i przez spuściznę obojgu narodów.
we must embrace the European heritage, and we must also embrace the heritage of the Commonwealth of two nations, Poland and Lithuania, for our improved future. This is what Mickiewicz alluded to. And I believe you can continue speaking. The interpretation is simultaneous, so you don't have to wait for interpreters.
Okay, so my tutaj oczywiście 30 lat temu
30 years ago,
drukowali więcej niż 60 magazyn.
we published more than 10 magazines
w językach obszaru tych narodów, którzy chcieli zostać wolnymi.
in the languages of the nations that wanted to be free.
I oczywiście mamy teraz sytuację, kiedy mamy poczucie, że te lata 90
Now
są teraz w Mińsku i
we feel
może Ukrainy też.
that the 90s are in Minsk and Ukraine. So you are an optimist, aren't you?
Albo jestem optymistą, jeżeli to związane z Ukrainą.
I am optimist about Ukraine,
I oczywiście jesteśmy tutaj
and of course
sztab pani Cichanowskiej, jesteśmy tutaj związani z tym, że
with the team of Mrs. Tikhanovskaya,
że czekamy na rezultat rewolucji.
we are waiting for the results of the outcomes of the revolution in Minsk.
I dlatego jesteśmy związani z tymi
And
latami 30 lat temu.
that's why
Teraz nasz rząd
we feel
oczywiście jest zaatakowany przez Chinów też.
attached to our accomplishments over the past 30 years, and our government is attacked by the Chinese as well, as far as we understand. And by the way, we appreciate the Lithuanian efforts to support the democratic movement in Belarus. Mr. Zingeris, thank you very much for your intervention. Hopefully we can meet in person in the next Europe of the Carpathians conference. Thank you very much. And our last panelist, if possible, I would like to say one last thing. Yes, of course, go ahead. And it's related to what
Summit of Democracy.
Mr. Biden said about the Summit of Democracy.
To nie może być tak, jak było w czasie pana Obamy, że
It shouldn't be.
my mówili o demokracji. Musimy zjednoczyć
We shouldn't.
tych 10 państw, którzy zostali państwami NATO.
We shouldn't discuss it as it used to be under Obama. We must build on the heritage of the 10 countries that have left the Soviet Union, and we should be the motor, the engine, the driving force. Nihil novi, nothing about us without us. And we should share the values of the NATO, and we have to defend democracy, not just talk about it. We are uplifted to hear your words. Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. And Doctor, the floor is yours. I'm not sure how much time is left. Not much. 6 minutes, is it? I would like to share 3 reflections. I dedicate the first to those who doubt in the idea of Central Europe. Back in 1989, as part of the Autumn of the Nations, the Polish people, the Czechs and the Slovaks and the Hungarians have broken free to become democratic. These nations have their own national paths in history, but they also share common history. And the homework in our history, not always rosy, is highly informative. One may conclude that nations, when sovereign, were divided by many aspects, but they were united so strongly in fight for democracy. And one should recall 4 facts that are tokens of solidarity: Poland's support for the Hungarian Revolution in 1956, Ryszard Siw itself, and Jan Palach and Sándor Bá in Budapest, self-burning protests against the invasion of the troops from the Warsaw Pact on Czechoslovakia in 1970. We should recall the first Solidarity Convention's message to the nations of Central Europe and the shared projects done by the opposition in our countries after the OSCE agreement was sealed, where Polish, Slovak and Polish-Hungarian solidarity were coined. Now, these are political facts, and if we couple it with the literature of Milan Kundera, the hijacked West, or the tragedy of Central Europe, or Czesław Miłosz, different Europe, the historian from Hungary, Such, who shared with us the historic legitimacy or mandate to self-rule. Václav Havel's essays, who said that this region was a mental and spiritual phenomenon. All the writings of Professor István Bíbor, all Polish historians such as Halecki, Jerzy Kłoczowski, author of the Junior Europe, we see the cultural historic phenomenon of Central Europe in this heritage. Inspired by Václav Havel, has been forged into a political project first, the Visegrad Triangle, and then V4 after Czech Republic and Slovakia came into being. The founding fathers of this cultural phenomenon and political project have learned from history, or had learned from history, and they showed us the way for the future. Reflection number 2. The writings, the literature of Central Europe distinctly shows how the Central European identity has molded, and we are positively different from the East and the West in that respect. Just to quote from Maciej Szymanski's book, we are attached in this region to traditional values and to the ideal of a nation-state. That's why our regional collaboration and regional identity comes from our fight for sovereignty, which in the West is seen as being different being perhaps less understood because of this. The West has not experienced the tragedies of the past, the atrocities of the communist slavery. Therefore, they are more vulnerable to neo-Marxist ideologies that play havoc with the Latin civilization that we're all part of. Who knows if Central Europe is not endowed with the role of the defender of Europe against the federalization of the continent and the civilization and the collapse of the civilization. And reflection number 3, over the past 30 years, Central Europe has developed a number of collaboration instruments, such as Euro regions, territorial collaboration clusters, with Hungary being at the forefront, the 3 Cs with its shared fund to support infrastructure plays an important role, or the Visegrad Fund established earlier. The Europe of the Carpathians is initiated by Speaker Marek Kuczynski, is one of the biggest initiatives. This area is rich in natural resources, with excellent natural nature that affects the economy of the region, and the success of this initiatives depends not only on the political support of central government, states, but also depends on the support of local governments and trade organizations and business. And one should only hope that it can be converted into a strategy to couple to mirror that of the countries in the Alps. Ladies and gentlemen, may I also appeal that we establish the Carpathian Institute in Przemyśl, and I would like to plea for the establishment of the Polish, Czech, and Polish Slovak institutes. The Institute of Polish-Hungarian Collaboration exists already. It has its counterpart in Hungary. Chair or president of this institute is facilitating our meeting.
Ladies and gentlemen, and those institutes could create a network of Visegrad institutes and try to build and multiply our cultural heritage. And then we could consider the creation of Visegrad Parliamentary Assembly. Of course, the format is open. We have been cooperating within the Visegrad Group for 4 years, but this is for the politicians to take appropriate steps. And a last word of comment to what has been said. We need to remember that Europe doesn't have geographical borders. Europe in the east is defined by European culture. And this is a word of hope for all those countries that aspire to be the members of the European Union and of the European community. Thank you very much for this wonderful summary of our panel. And I need to do one more thing, that is to hand out our diplomas. Magna cum laude for your personal involvement, for your personal contribution to the development of the Europe of the Carpathians conference. This is a very important conference for Central Europe, and it shows how what European cooperation should be like. Thank you very much.
Rozpoczynamy kolejny panel, tym razem
Let us start the next
o
panel
pięknym tytule Europejska polityka
entitled
sąsiedztwa.
European Neighborhood
Być
Policy.
dobrym sąsiadem
How to be a
to
good
mieć
neighbor.
wokół siebie przyjaciół.
This means to
Europy
have
Środkowej
friends around
słyną
you.
z gościnności.
And Central
My
European
jesteśmy
countries
chyba
are well known
jednymi z
for its
najbardziej
hospitality.
gościnnych narodów
We are
w
among
Europie.
one of the most hospitable nations in Europe.
Dobrymi sąsiadami
But
to jest mieć
to
bezpieczne,
be a
trwałe
good
granice.
neighbor also means to have safe and robust borders. And here we could also say a lot on this topic in the Central Europe. And that's why we have decided to have this panel as an introduction to both a very global and local topic.
Stajemy przed, jako kraje
As,
jako narody Europy
As
Środkowej
states,
wobec nowych
as
zupełnie
states of
wyzwań.
Central Europe,
Te wyzwania
we are
rozpoczęły
facing
się
totally
kilka
new
tygodni
challenges.
temu w
Those
sposób
challenges
widoczny gołym okiem. To
appeared
jest
a
problem
few weeks ago.
migracyjny.
At least
Przypomina się
this was
po części
when
rok
we noticed
2015,
them. It brings to mind the year
kiedy do bram
2015,
Europy
when
dotarła fala migrantów. W
a
tej chwili ta
wave of
fala
migration
zaczyna dopiero,
reached the gates of
nabrzmiewać.
Europe. Now this wave is only building on the Belarusian, Lithuanian and Belarusian Polish borders. We see what we can expect to come in the next months and in the next years. So let us discuss those challenges and possible ways to solve it. Our moderator is Arkadiusz Mularczyk, the member of Polish Parliament, Sejm.
European Neighborhood Policy. Thank you for all our guests to visit Carpathians, to visit Poland. And I would like to introduce our guests, because we have an honorable guest, Małgorzata Gosiewska. She is deputy of wicemarszałkiem Sejmu, deputy of Polish Sejm, Bjorn Sedern, member of Swedish Parliament, George Christian Tutsa, member of Romanian Parliament, Paweł Latuszka from Belarus, and Maka Boharyashvili, she's from Georgian Parliament. Please allow me to make some introductory remarks. The withdrawal of American troops from Afghanistan has led to new waves of refugees and economic migrants. The situation in the Middle East, African and post-Soviet countries also remains far from certain. Moreover, the strategy invented and implemented by Mr. Lukashenko, using economic immigrants from the Middle East and Asia as a tool in a hybrid war against neighborhood EU countries, has led to a new range of questions regarding the security of our borders. However, the above-mentioned situations are not exhaustive. The EU climate policy, further digitalization, automatization of production, and artificial intelligence are making the lives of the migrants from the last wave from 2014-2015 in EU countries even worse than expected. According to the EU 2050 strategy regarding the reduction of CO2 emissions, no additional custom taxes for non-EU production will be introduced. Could this lead to making people poorer and more desperate and look for other migration possibilities to EU? Do we really need climate transformation at any cost, at the cost of Central Eastern Europe and poorer nations around the EU borders? Further digitalization and automatization of production, as well as the introduction of artificial intelligence, are unavoidable. However, they trigger a lot of difficult questions. What would poorly educated people from Africa, Asia then do in Europe, where only IT specialists, psychologists, engineers, lawyers, and other highly qualified workers are needed? What will happen when unskilled jobs are being replaced by technologies at even faster speeds? Where will the first wave of migrants start their careers? I would like to talk about that with my guest. And the first question is to Małgorzata Gosiewska. Pani marszałek, chciałem zapytać panią o pani spojrzenie na temat unijnej polityki.
I wanted to ask you about the European migration policy and the Polish migration policy in the context of economic migrants coming from post-Soviet countries. You are a specialist in Ukraine and Georgia. You have been there as a member of international missions. So what's your take on this as a person who knows the post-Soviet area very well? Thank you very much for your question. We have a number of problems to solve. There has been a change to the European migration policy. And we can say that now the EU accepts a Polish stance, the Polish position that was presented by Jarosław Kaczyński towards the end of the Civic Platform's government. This position has been implemented in cooperation with these four countries. So I would say that our region managed to understand the threats well. There are many groups of migrants and refugees. We also need to remember about the hybrid aggression from the part of Belarus. This is a separate topic, but there are also economic migrants from Ukraine. These are people who are very similar to us when it comes to culture. They are very much needed in Poland. They help the Polish economy to grow. They complement it very well, and we don't have any problems with the Ukrainians. We have always been very open. Despite many challenges to the Polish stance on migration, we were open. And we need to remember that those Ukrainians were people who were running away from the war in the east of Ukraine. Those people came to Poland. They applied for a refugee status. Many of them were granted the refugee status or other title to official stay in Poland. They work here and their children study in Poland. But now we see a new problem developing. And here I mean the expected wave of economic migrants or other unspecified people that are squatting on the border of Belarus. It's our problem, and it's our neighbors' problem. Yesterday I was talking to Mr. Sejm from Lithuanian Sejm. He mentioned serious problems with those migrants who managed to get to the Lithuanian side. Those migrants are kept and detained in migration detainment centers. He said that he talked to those migrants. Of course, there are humanitarian problems in those centers. So actually, those people tend to speak good Russian, which was surprising. Sometimes they come from Syria, for example. And when they were asked about the knowledge of Russian, they said that they had spent 3 years in the Russian Federation. So these are so-called refugees, quote unquote. So That's the kind of people trying to get to our states, and that's the kind of people that so-called total opposition wants to protect. At the same time, they would attack our soldiers, our border control guards. They criticize our line, they offend our security forces, and it forced us to protect the border, the Polish border, on both sides due to responsible behaviors from NGOs or from some of our politicians. It's difficult to say whether they are just stupid or naive. It's very difficult for me to put a name on this phenomenon. So thank you very much, Ms. Speaker.
Pochorishvili, chair of the EU Integration Committee of the Parliament of Georgia. Hello, nice to see you. Welcome from Carpathians, from Poland.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure and honor to participate in this conference. And first of all, I would like to thank organizers for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to provide Georgian perspective about the EU's relations with its neighbors. I would rather prefer to join in person discussions you are having in the margins of this very important conference, but I will use this opportunity provided by modern technologies which shrink distance, at least in virtually, in today's world. Well, I will rather focus on mostly Eastern dimension of EU's neighborhood policy, and I will not go back to creation of neighborhood policy after 2004 enlargement, but I will mostly talk about our perspective about the Eastern dimension. Well, 12 years after the launch of Eastern Partnership, we reached an important juncture when we have to look ahead and move forward with the new vision and strategy for Eastern neighborhood. Many things have changed in the EU's Eastern neighborhood since 2009. You mentioned a couple of them. These changes are of different dimension, different context, and different content. At some point, today's complex image of Eastern Partnership region may raise concerns among those who support this policy, fearing that the future of the Eastern Partnership is threatened. But it is, I think, exactly that image that may serve as an inspiration for a new openings in this framework. 2 years ago, when we celebrated 10th anniversary of Eastern Partnership, we had an opportunity to fully assess its achievements. I will just touch key moments without going into the details, which I think is important for any discussions when we talk about relations with Eastern or neighborhood. Back in 2009, the Swedish-Polish initiative led to a start of Eastern Partnership soon after Russia-Georgia war and occupation of Georgian regions by Russia in 2008. An ambitious agenda for Eastern neighbors followed and led us to embark on a path towards a new, higher level of relations with the European Union, opening up perspective for association agreements, DCFTAs, and visa-free travel, which is very well related to the issue what we are discussing today. As a result, 3 of the 6 countries signed association agreements in 2014, although the price was high, as evidenced by blatant violation of Ukraine's territorial integrity by Russia. Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine have firmly committed themselves through association agreement and DCFTAs to advance the process of political association and economic integration with the European Union, while 3 face violations of their territorial integrities, face Russian occupation, annexation, and increasing hybrid warfare. From my own country's experience, I can tell you that beside the challenges we face, Georgia has clearly demonstrated a successful track record in implementing the association agenda throughout these years. Based on this progress we achieved and our overarching aspirations, the government of Georgia decided to explicitly fulfill European ambitions and to file an application for EU membership by 2024. This is ambitious but logical continuation of Georgia's European integration path, which is supported by more than 80% of its population. But we also realize that to succeed in achieving our final goal, we need firm support from our friends in the European Union. Recently, the foreign ministers of Georgia, Moldova, Ukraine signed a memorandum in Kiev that formally established associated trio and joint efforts to promote the shared goal of greater integration with the European Union. Well, while these three countries are seeking new possibilities to move closer to the European Union, divergent foreign and internal policies of six cannot be disregarded. Recent developments in Belarus, you mentioned, and the South Caucasus region as well, definitely added complexity to the common future of Eastern Partnership. Today, we face increased Russian presence and influence in the region, and we see firsthand how its behavior directly impacts European security. This complex picture and divergences raises a legitimate questions as to whether a common Eastern Partnership framework is still suitable for six countries of six neighboring countries. I strongly believe that keeping a common framework for Eastern neighborhood alive is very much in the European Union's strategic interests. If the EU has geopolitical ambitions, that it has to engage in geopolitics in its immediate neighborhood and clearly respond to these challenges. We can argue as to what is feasible for the moment from different perspectives, discuss arguments about EU's enlargement fatigue or geopolitical sensitivities, but we have to realize that it is now more than ever before important to develop a long-term vision for Eastern neighborhood. When we talk about long-term vision, I strongly believe that future vision of the Eastern Europe can't be separated from the vision of Europe's future itself. Eastern Partnership should not be turned into a wall between different EU policies, but on the contrary, it should be used for revitalizing whole European idea. So that can only be feasible by acknowledging the European aspirations of associated countries, opening European perspectives for them, and creating that good example of partnership, and making sure that Article 49 is still valid for Europe. For both associated partners and for the European Union, it is essential to set a new clear goal for future European integration in order to remain relevant in the rapidly changing environment and to respond challenges in an effective way. For that, I think it is essential to enhance political dialogue on different levels and on different subjects, and migration can be one of them, among EU, its member states and associated partners. As the member of the parliament, I would highlight the role of parliamentary diplomacy with this regard and need of enhanced political dialogue. That would help to bring more European agenda into politics, into our politics, and to consolidate efforts in fighting common challenges as well. The European Union and economic integration is an element of security as well, although EU is not security alliance. While in most previous cases of enlargement, as well as in the Western Balkan case, NATO integration preceded EU integration. With respect to Georgia and Ukraine, NATO membership requires additional efforts to achieve. But while NATO door remains open for both countries, meanwhile, we could enhance security and defense cooperation between associated countries and the European Union, with this special focus on countering hybrid threats, strengthening EU's engagement in the peaceful resolution of conflicts, and addressing all the common challenges together. While discussing Eastern Partnership region, we should not forget about Black Sea and focus on full exploitation of its potential and to turn it into a connecting sea. Much can be done in order to enhance physical connectivity across the Black Sea and to create better links between the European Union and relevant Eastern partners. To conclude, I would emphasize that the EU approach to the Eastern Partnership and its Eastern neighborhood should not be limited by defining realistic goals for today if we wish to see Eastern Partnership delivering and working. Once the more ambitious vision is in place, Eastern Partnership can become more transformative framework for the years to come, which will serve to EU's best interests in the neighborhood. Well, I will stop here, and once again, thank you for inviting and giving me this possibility to give the perspectives from Tbilisi. Thank you.
Maka, thank you very much, and greetings from Poland to Georgia. Thank you. The next speaker is Björn Söder. Björn is a member of Swedish Parliament. And I would like to ask Björn about society, about Swedish strategy, and this strategy should be changed. And if you, Björn, could you describe the positive and negative sides assimilating migrants in Sweden?
Thank you so much, and first of all, I want to thank you for inviting me to be a participant in this very difficult situation we had to handle in this part of Europe, or in whole Europe, especially regarding the migration and migrant flows. And I want to add a Swedish perspective to this, and especially security aspects of this when it comes to the migrant flows, and also when it comes to how Russia and Belarus is acting now, because it affects us in Sweden in a severe way. So from a Swedish perspective, we have been greatly affected by the flows of migrants to Europe. The migrant crisis has changed Sweden fundamentally, and there has been severe impacts on Swedish society. Today, we are ranked to the country in EU with the highest rate of gun violence. Reports has also confirmed the link between high crime rate and high migration from countries that have a vastly different culture and set of values than the values prevalent in Sweden. And from January this year to August, we have already 35 cases of people shot to death. Only in Stockholm, it is 19 people has been shot to death in gang violence related to the migration. The party I represent, the Sweden Democrats, has since we entered the parliament warned for this development. Therefore, I'm thankful to see that Poland and other countries on the EU borders taking a firm stance against the influx of illegal migrants through EU's outer borders. The migrant crisis are a clear common challenge for all of the EU states, and the challenge is emerging as we speak. The takeover of the Taliban in Afghanistan and the use of the Belarusian regime of migrants as a weapon are two new aspects of these crises, aspects that have to be addressed promptly and decisively. I hope for continued decisive action to handle these new threats, and I don't think there is any chance that these problems will diminish in the near future. When speaking about the migrant crisis, I believe that on the other hand, we must be prepared for the future and for more challenges ahead in the case of new migrant flows. The latest developments in Afghanistan is for certain nothing new in that part of the world. The violent wars and changes of power in countries in Middle East and Central Asia is something that has happened numerous times and will most probably continue in the foreseeable future. Therefore, we must be prepared and we must continue to talk and discuss the consequences of migrant flows and how we best prepare for them. In Sweden, the Social Democrats always say in hindsight that they were very naive and could not foresee migrant flows and the rising level of violent crime. In Sweden, we every day can see the result of this naivety. It is time to start preparing for a future with continuous challenges, and it's always better to do in time act decisively and prepare for different threats than to handle them afterwards. The threat from migrant flows is not only the threat in this part of Europe. There is also the military, hybrid, political threat from the Belarusian and Russian regimes. Today, this threat is not as imminent as the migrant crisis, but it is and continues to be an existential threat to our countries and must be treated as such. The developments the last year in Belarus has unfortunately clearly shown that we cannot hope for a developing democracy in the nearest future. Mr. Lukashenko and his regime are tightening their grip and power on the repressions, and the repressions instigated in the country is becoming tougher. Even forcing down civilian aircraft in the airspace above Belarus is now part of Mr. Lukashenko's toolbox against his opponents. Behind these developments in Belarus is, of course, Mr. Putin and the Russian regime that has tightened their grip of the country. It is clear that nothing happens in Belarus without approval from Mr. Putin. And keeping this in mind, what has been evolving in Belarus and Russia the last year, the upcoming joint SAPAD exercises, which starts on Friday between the countries, are a subject of worry. According to official information from Russia, it seems that the exercises will be a record in number of participants. They will clearly be used as show of force against the EU and for an internal audience in Russia and Belarus. There's also the question that China could participate in the exercise. And when talking about the SAPAD 2021 exercise, I think we should keep in mind how the Soviet regime used the exercise in 1981 as a pressure against Poland and emerging oppositional movement. As a consequence of the military pressure from the Soviets, Poland's aspiring opposition was crushed and a military dictatorship was imposed on the country that lasted through the 1980s. Keeping this in mind, there could be similar consequences of the new upcoming SAPAD exercises. Will this finally be the military pressure that forces Belarus into merging totally with Russia? Will this then be the final end to the hopes for a democratic and pluralistic Belarus? And will the exercise mean the first serious introduction of Chinese military power on our common borders? The threats are real, and we have felt the impacts, and now it's time to act to prevent them from evolving. As a Swede, I have seen and see every day the consequences of a naive policy, both regarding migration and security. My message is clear: don't be naive, and we must together prepare for a future that looks grim. It's always better to be prepared than to handle a crisis afterwards. And to answering your question about assimilation, I mean, that's what we have been, the biggest mistake we have done in Sweden is that we, in the 70s, we left the policy which was ruling then when it comes to migration, because we demanded them to assimilate in the Swedish society, which was very successful. We had a big wave of migrants coming to Sweden to work in the work sector, in the factory sector, and it was very successful because they had to adopt the Swedish way to live. But in 1975, the parliament decided to change the policy of migration. Instead of demanding them to assimilate to the Swedish society, we should promote them to keep their own culture, to the way of living that they had been used to from their countries, to create this multicultural heavenly society, which everyone spoke about. but it was a real disaster for Sweden because with no demands, only rights, Sweden was developing to a multicultural society with big impacts of violence. Different groups standing against each other. We have gun violence, we have bombings. That's the result of this naive policy which was created in 1975, unfortunately. So what we are trying now, and also more and more other parties in the parliament finally, is that we have to not only talk about migrants' rights, also what their obligations to the Swedish society. And in the 2015 crisis, we received 164,000 migrants during that year. And for a rather small country as Sweden, it was too many. And after that, the other parties also woke up and realized that we can't be doing this policy anymore. We have to change it. But they are now 6 years later. Some parties are already talking about open the borders again, and also to when this comes to Afghanistan, what's happening there, we can see that there are politicians now in Sweden that demands that we will receive even more. And we also have a big problem in Sweden because we have lots of Afghanistans in Sweden which have committed crimes, and we can't fly them back to Afghanistan now. So we have a really severe problem in Sweden, and that comes from the decision from 1975 when we changed the whole fundamental policy in Sweden. So what we have to do is to have more demands on the migration who comes. First of all, close the borders, and to handle the situation, the internal situation we have in Sweden, which are, yeah, I think you already have read about the situation in Sweden, because now we are in the bottom of the list of the EU countries when it comes to violence. So from being a top position country, we have fallen pretty much. Thank you.
Bjorn, thank you very much for your remarks. I think that it was very interesting, your statement for us, for Polish people, for Polish society, because now we have the same big discussion in Poland. We have two sides in this discussion, and some left and liberals parties want to invite our guests from all world. And so we have the same discussion in Poland. So thank you very much for your remarks. And the next speaker is the George Cristian Tutsa, member of the Romanian parliament. So George, I would like to ask you about your remarks about European neighborhoods policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to address to this event. And also, please let me congratulate the organizer, the Sejm of Republic of Poland, for organizing this event, despite the complicated circumstances induced by the current pandemic. During this hour, we're supposed to discuss the European Neighborhood Policy, an instrument designed to bring Eastern and Southern Europe closer to the Brussels and its values. Or, as the program says, to identify similarities and reason of disagreement, kind of like relative gathering a wedding party. By morning, everybody is good friend with each other. I would like to bring to your attention some wise words of a Polish superstar who gave us moment of joy and inspiration. A different superstar than Mr. Lewandowski, and I quote, "We have better and better tools and less communication with each other. We only exchange information." Those words belong to Krzysztof Kieślowski, following the success of Rouge in 1994. The true meaning remains solid up to date. When we deal with faulty communication, despite all technical and political means that we have. Romania is an active and consistent supporter of the European neighborhood policy, both on its eastern and southern dimension, and this support utterly derives from our basic constitutional principle of good neighbor borderlands. As such, our constitution set a goal to all institutions to support the idea of having a good communication and cooperation with all the states in our extended area. Moreover, it is our duty as a EU and NATO members to be supporter of a peaceful and mindful environment, to understand and address, through political and diplomatic means, the similarities and reasons of disagreement. Dear participants, the more for more principle offer excellent incentive in unlocking new opportunities for further political association and economic integration with the EU for those who wish to do so, based on commitment and results. In today's world, both in the East and South, we face consistent challenges, frozen or active. Huge social and economic gap, substantial impact of the climate changes, irregular migration, terrorism, radicalization, and all of it claiming strong common answer, and also a common action. On top of all, the COVID pandemic demonstrates how infectious disease outbreak anywhere can have devastating consequences worldwide. There is no safe haven to escape. All relatives, goods, or from the husband's side have to cope with it effective. But it's our duty as a member of the EU to make sure that at the same point we will address everybody's needs. But facing a crisis of such magnitude, nothing embodies a message of unity or solidarity more than the EU broad support, both financial and technical. That has been provided to our neighboring partners to address the crisis. Romania has also committed itself, both with the joint EU support and bilateral, to offer vaccine to its neighboring partners. As of August 1st, Romania provided Ukraine, Moldova and Serbia with more than 1.4 million doses of vaccine. COVID-19, as any other crisis with transformative disruption, give us the unwanted yet useful opportunity to reflect, rethink, and rebuild stronger. We are now in a good position to design a clear path for the Eastern Partnership post-2020. Seek to expand and deepen into imprint of our core value. Allow me to come back again to the universal personality of Mr. Kieślowski, and I have another quote. Different people in different parts of the world can be thinking the same thoughts at the same time. It's an obsession of mine that different people in different places are thinking the same thing, but for the different reason. I try to make films which connect people, end quote. Ladies and gentlemen, fortunately, we have the higher ground. We can act for real in order to connect our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George, for your very interesting statement, speech. And the last but not least, our speaker is Paweł Latuszko, Coordination Council for the Transfer of Power Belarus. And I would like to ask Paweł, what is your perspective of the events on the Belarusian border, and how do you see Poland and EU role in the current situation in Belarus? Please.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues. First of all, a small remark for our Swedish colleagues that when I was ambassador in France, I remember that it was a great problem for me to explain French people what it means Biélorussie. Because in French it's Russie, Biélorussie, they thinking that it's the same state. Not Belarusia, but Belarus, which officially registered in the United Nations. Sorry. Chciałbym teraz mówić po polsku. Przede wszystkim trzeba zrozumieć jedną rzecz. Jeżeli mówimy o polityce sąsiedztwa wschodniego, to ona miała na celu rozwój współpracy z krajami sąsiednimi dla Unii Europejskiej. Co mamy na dzień dzisiejszy? Reżim Łukaszenki zawsze faktycznie zawiesił udział w programie wschodniej partnerstwa. Na dzień dzisiejszy civil society na Białorusi
As of now, the civil society is destroyed in Belarus, and Lukashenko has actually abolished the cooperation with the neighborhood, with Eastern Partnership. As of now in Belarus, there is no possibility to cooperate. So it's not possible to have any kind of European neighborhood policy towards the Lukashenko's regime. So we need to try to find new ways to have some kind of neighborhood policy. As in Belarus, there is no private initiative, there is no freedom. I'm very sorry to say that as of now, the European Union doesn't have a strategy to solve the crisis in Belarus. And today, this is no longer an internal conflict of Belarus. It has become a regional conflict that is a serious threat to regional security, and there is no strategy. This is something that we all need to accept. Furthermore, we need to understand that Lukashenko, the dictator, doesn't want to give up his power. Russia defines Belarus as its own sphere of influence, and they are only going to increase their influence. The conflict is already defined as a kind of hybrid conflict with the European Union. So there is a conflict on the Belarusian border with all its European neighbors, with Latvia, with Lithuania, and with Poland. The Lukashenko's regime transports people to Belarus from the Middle East, then to push them through the border of the European Union. And we are not talking about what is happening after the American pullback from Afghanistan. This operation had been organized a few months ago, and it has been operating since May of this month. Lukashenko doesn't accept compromise. He is not a person who negotiates, and he kills people, he murders people. I'm asking the members of the European Parliament to understand the following. Alexander Lukashenko started killing, murdering people back in the 90s. He has mentioned it many a time in the media. The so-called president declared publicly that he killed people on the roads of Belarus. He murdered many opposition activists. For example, Viktor Gontash. I met him when I was a diplomat. He was vice prime minister. He was murdered. Ex-minister Zaharenka was murdered. Many businessmen, many journalists
to jakby, no,
were
krytykowali,
murdered
ale
by
godzili się z tym.
Alexander
Teraz zaczęli
Lukashenko,
zabijać otwarcie na ulicach,
and
strzelać do
but
ludzi.
it was ignored. It was
A
ignored
mając
by you,
rozkaz
by the international
strzelać,
community.
mordować,
And now
zabijać w
he
więzieniach.
has started
I co z tym
doing it
robić? To jest
openly.
wyzwanie,
He is
to
killing
jest
people
test
in the
na
streets. He
wytrwałość
is
całej Europy.
keeping people
Czy tak
detained in
naprawdę
prisons. So
Europa
this is a
ma
test
sama
for
z siebie
Europe.
siły, żeby podołać temu wyzwaniu,
Does Europe
czy nie?
have enough power to
Znaczy,
face this
jakie są
challenge?
według naszej oceny, mojej
So,
oceny, tej struktury,
what is my-
który stoi na czele Narodowego
what is
Zarządzania
my take,
Antykryzysowego,
on the subject?
propozycji.
And what are
Propozycji do
my
strategii.
proposals
Po pierwsze,
for strategy?
my
First
żyliśmy
of all,
w błędzie, że ubiegły rok, kiedy wiele krajów demokratycznych
we made a
powiedziało,
mistake
że reżim Łukaszenki
last
jest
year.
nielegalny, nielegitimny
Many
na Białorusi.
democratic
To nie jest
countries
wystarczające.
last year
Trzeba
stated
podjąć
that
polityczną
Lukashenko's
decyzję, a
regime
na to
was
jest
not
potrzebna
legitimate.
wola
But
krajów
that
Unii
was not
Europejskiej,
enough.
Stanów
We
Zjednoczonych,
need political
Kanady,
action.
Wielkiej Brytanii o
But we also need
nieuznawanie
political
rządu
will.
Łukaszenki. Dlaczego to jest bardzo
Lukashenko's government
ważne?
can't be recognized
Wczoraj,
anymore.
ile by my tu nie mówiliśmy o problemie migrantów
Yesterday,
na granicy z Polską,
we
o
discussed
kryzysie, o wpływach
the
Rosji.
migration
Właśnie wczoraj
crisis,
na
the
rachunek
situation
Białorusi
on the
Międzynarodowym
border
Funduszem
of
Walutowym
Poland and
wpłynęli
Belarus. And
miliard
yesterday,
dolarów
$1 billion
z Międzynarodowego
was
Funduszu
wired
Walutowego,
from the International
którym
Monetary
ma
Fund
dysponować
to
Łukaszenka.
Belarus.
Z całym
And
szacunkiem do Polski, on
Lukashenko
wynajmie
is
dziesiątki
going to use
samolotów.
this money.
On zorganizuje
With all due respect,
dziesiątki tysięcy
Lukashenko
migrantów.
will
Kto za to
organize
płaci?
thousands of
Międzynarodowy Fundusz
migrants. He
Czy
will
jest to strategia?
ground tens
Wprowadzenie
of
sankcji?
planes
Pierwszy
because
krok
now
mały,
he has the
słaby,
money.
później
He will
troszeczkę
use the money
większy,
to do it.
sektoralny. Wprowadzacie
So,
sankcje z jednej strony,
Now, on the
a
one
następnego
hand,
dnia dajecie
you
reżimowi
impose
miliard
sanctions,
dolarów,
and
a w następnym
and
roku planowane
on the
jest
other
3
hand,
miliardy dolarów.
you give
Jaki sens
$1
tego
billion
tej
or
walki?
$3 billion to the
Europa
regime.
powinna
What's
przyjąć
the
swoją
use of
polityczną
it?
decyzję.
I think that the European Union should take a political decision. You have to say openly, we agree for a dictator to stay in Belarus. We accept that he will murder, violate people, that there will be rapes, that there will be torture. So Europe has to be clear about it. And then another challenge that for the United Nations in Belarus there have been over 4,000 cases of torture reported in Belarus. There are court cases initiated in Poland, in the Czech Republic, in Slovakia. A year has passed. Has anybody been convicted for torture? Has anybody been charged? And we have this international convention on torture. I'm very sad to say it as an ex-diplomat, but international instruments are not effective. They do not work. Those countries that could make decisions don't do this. It's up to them. In Belarus, there is no rule of law. There is no judiciary. There is no independent prosecutors' offices. So we need to start adequate procedures, and we need to accept and regard the Belarusian regime as international terrorist regime. That's true, that's the fact. The Lukashenko's regime uses people as weapon to fight the European Union. Lukashenko murdered people. He gave orders to murder people. He grounded the Ryanair plane. He uses migrants as a weapon. So doesn't it all prove that this is an international terrorist regime? If we want to change the situation in this part of Europe, we need political will. Solidarity is important. However, we need solidarity in action. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for what you said. Poland will do its utmost to support the civil society in Belarus. In the Council of Europe, there will be a debate very soon on Belarus and Belarusian society. So we promise to help you, to support you. And the Speaker Gosiewska would like to make some final remarks. Thank you very much. Just very briefly, but I must comment on some things. We have heard very strong words from the Swedish politician. He criticized migration policy, and those words should be quoted in many media. So I'm very thankful for those strong words, also referring to Belarus and to the true face of a dictator, of Lukashenko. Yesterday, we also heard a lot of strong comments on the situation in Donbas, in eastern Ukraine. I also talked about the report that I filed at International Court of Human Rights in The Hague. So I'd say that there is proof of war crime committed by the Russian Federation. This was a very good report. It was well evaluated by international prosecutors in The Hague, but nothing has happened. Nothing is going on. What's happening in Donbas shows how international institutions are helpless. International institutions like OSCE, like the International Red Cross, it just shows that Western politicians are soft. So what are the conclusions? We know full well what's happening in Belarus, what's happening in the east of Europe, and we need to talk about it, we need to shout it out, we need to speak up. Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank our guests.
Kolejny panel zaczynamy niezwykle ważny wpływ
The
Zielonego
next
Ładu na politykę
panel,
transportową
the impact
Europy
of the Green Deal on
Środkowej.
transport policy in
To
Central
jest
Europe.
tematyka, która dotyczy nas wszystkich.
This
absolutnie
topic
wszystkich,
affects us
nawet jeżeli
all,
ktoś
everyone,
jeździ
without
hulajnogą, czy
exception,
rowerem, czy
even
innym
if you
tego rodzaju
just use a
środkiem
scooter
transportu.
or a
Jeśli
bicycle.
wzrosną ceny benzyny, jeśli
If
wzrosną
petrol
ceny
prices
oleju
go
napędowego
up, if diesel
czterokrotnie,
prices
to
go
nawet
up
ci,
by
którzy jeżdżą na hulajnogach,
a factor of
również
4,
to odczują.
scooter riders
Benzyna, olej
will
napędowy,
be affected.
paliwo ogólnie jest
Petrol, diesel,
krwią
fuel
nowoczesnej
in
gospodarki,
general is the
nowoczesnego
bloodline
transportu.
of,
Zadajemy
or the
sobie
blood
wszyscy pytanie,
of
jaki będzie ten zielony ład,
contemporary
jaka będzie najbliższa
economy.
przyszłość
So we are all asking
Europy,
questions about the Green
jak
Deal, about the
poradzimy
future of
sobie
Europe, how we're going to
tej,
manage
dużo mówić,
in
nadchodzącej
the
transformacji.
impending
O tym
transformation.
najlepiej powiedzą nam nasi
Let's hear from our panelists and the moderator, Mr. Włodzimierz Ziętarski, a journalist and know it all when it comes to motoring, large and small.
Prosimy zatem uczestników następnego panelu.
So, over to the next panel.
Bardzo ważne rzeczy będą się dzisiaj działy w ciągu najbliższych dni.
Important things will be happening over the next days. Here, we are going to discuss what matters for Europe so much, and the color of it is green. And we're going to discuss what we're going to do in order to breathe. The Europe of the Carpathians has seen much dynamism when it comes to growth of transport and transport opportunities. But we must do much in the area of transport in order to allow Europe to breathe economically. New roads, new railway connections, and we must also allow for those not too clean means of transport. So we must make sure that the whole Europe has clean and healthy air over its head. Okay, hello everyone, so let's talk. I think some of the introductory comments were defeatist. I sank into my armchair. Why petrol should quadruple in prices before fuel becomes retro or vintage? Let's keep it cheap. Ladies and gentlemen, and there's one important thing here, and it's been said, it's a very important meeting. Around, there are debates going on. I asked a very important person, what is the sense, what is the meaning of making people meet in such a location? Now, it's not all about the panels, it's also about informal backdoor discussions, because this is where people become closer and closer to each other, and they negotiate, if you like, their ideas. And now, an exercise for you. Picture this. Imagine you are hovering in the air and you're looking at this part of Europe from an altitude in your imagination. And see, this is where the debates are going on about what the future of Europe is going to be like, how we're going to legislate, how we're going to live, how we're going to make business. The former Roman Pijanowski once said, former president of the Motoring Association, said, roads and railways are the bloodline for blood to flow through. So Europe, whatever it is like in the future, must be propelled, must be fueled with what we are going to discuss today. I think I'm talking too much. Oh dear. Oh dear. So let's attack the topic, but let's first introduce our panelists. Minister of Infrastructure, Andrzej Adamczyk, Poland. And he's now fighting for our roads. Mr. Jerzy Wrtowiec, Minister of Infrastructure, Slovenia. Mr. Andrzej Doležal, Minister of Transport and Construction, Slovakia. Deputy Minister of Transport and Communications of Ukraine, Gustafa Mulain, Jan Sechter, Deputy Minister of Transport of the Czech Republic, and Julius Skačkauskas, Deputy Minister of Transport and Communication, Lithuania. I thought there would be more people in the panel, but we are going to manage in this group anyway. So let's hear from a person who lives and breathes the topic, Minister Andrzej Adamczyk. Thank you very much. Indeed, first of all, may I thank the organizers of the Europe of the Carpathians conference for giving us the opportunity yet again to meet in a group of ministers from countries that are committed to the development of transportation infrastructure, road, rail and air, to discuss the challenges of the present day and the future. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for inviting me to the conference. I'm addressing the Speaker, former Speaker Marek Kuchciński. And ministers, thank you very much for joining us for this discussion. And thank you for being here in an interactive, non-COVID manner. And let's talk about the challenges that are introduced by the Green Deal, and we're going to discuss how it affects the transport policy, hopefully fueled by questions asked by Mr. Zientarski, our facilitator. Let me tell our international guests, Mr. Zientarski is a legend when it comes to motoring journalism. Because of my age? No, not because of my age. Well, you are a senior legend, but you are a legend in the first place. He's always with us wherever we talk about motorists, cars, vehicles, and moving around. Ladies and gentlemen, no modern society, no modern state cannot live and prosper without robust infrastructure. We are committed to this concept strongly in Poland, and our government is engaged in measures to improve the efficiency of our transport systems. We are now in a public consultation process. We have recently informed the Polish people and all our stakeholders about our draft proposal for a national road and motorway program that is scheduled to be completed in 2033, and with a budget of 65 billion euros. Sorry, I misspoke. I said zlotys, but it's euros. I want my colleagues, ministers from other countries, to understand the figure precisely. So this is in euros. Okay, and the funding is earmarked and is secure. If you ask about the sources of funding for this bold project, they are mostly European funds and our own funds, and they will be spent on building roads that unite us in Europe. the European life, road of life. That was the term used by the minister from Greece about Via Carpathia in a recent Three Seas conference. So this is Via Carpathia, but we are also connecting S3 road between Świnoujście and the southern border of Poland with the Czech Republic. We are also involved in projects to create more fluent traffic via Baltica, but we're also improving our interconnections with the Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Ukraine. Speaking of Via Carpathia again, I'm sure you cannot but mention that Via Carpathia is an investment project that unites us all and is our common project that we will contribute to 10T. The 10T core network is being revised. The government of Poland and the governments of our neighbors have been committed to jointly approach the European Parliament and Commission to include Via Carpathia in the 10T core network. This meeting today is a great opportunity for us to address the growth prospects for the transport industry described in the Green Deal, in the European Green Deal, and this new policy is very much driven by climate change, and it does motivate us to do even more to protect climate and environment. I'm confident no one is in doubt to date that projects implemented in this part of Europe, projects that are EU projects, legislation, and with utmost care to protecting the environment, and no one can claim otherwise, because this is the expectation of all citizens of the EU, and especially this is expected by those who value natural environment the most and who believe environment to be very close to their heart. Now, we have to do our utmost to reduce detrimental impacts from transport, and emissions from transport account for 25% of total greenhouse gas emissions within the EU, and unlike in other sectors, the emissions have not been declining. On the other hand, transport contributes about 5% to GDP, and it employs more than 10 million people across Europe. And we must look ways going forward of putting adequate policies in place as not to lose the economic driver, but also not to pollute our environment. In the context of the ambitious plan set forth for itself by the European Commission, which believes that by 2020 EU will have reduced its emissions by 90%. We have to ensure that all our actions contribute to meeting this ambitious target. And the European Green Deal strategy encourages and in fact makes us to engage in projects to reduce emissions by 90% by 2050. The EU is strongly committed to developing railroad transport, and under this heading we must complete our important plan, the TEN-T core network process by 2030, and that is the road network. We must not reduce our investments, plans or budgets in the area of road transport, in the area of road infrastructure. All the countries represented here are involved in increasing the share of rail transport in the total transport mix. That's for certain. There's no question about that. However, we must not do it at the cost of completing the road transport infrastructure. Going forward, we must look at intermodal transport and high-speed trains. And I'm here looking at my colleagues, Minister Jan Sechtar, Andrzej Doležal. There's no Hungarian colleague here, but let me inform you that we are all working together on high-speed rail connections, Hungary, Czechia, Slovakia, and Poland. And I trust that this project will come to fruition with these partners and will be competitive towards air transport and road transport. We must ensure that our transport is sustainable. So we must lay out budgets to strengthen rail transport. In fact, the EU trends demonstrate that intermodal transport, intermodal freight transport will be on the rise.
O 50% wyższy aniżeli w 2015-16 roku, w roku 2030.
To ensure that the cost of this transport or the cost of goods transported by 2030s are 50% more than that figure from 2015. 2021 is the year of railways as the rail of clean transport, which is definitely part of that strategy and a strong message of our commitment. Each country is involved in upgrading existing rail lines to make railway more competitive. We will use about more than 400 million euros to complete our intermodal growth strategy. Is a great financial input that will help us to make our transport capabilities greater. The Green Deal also requires us to increase the share of alternative fuels in the mix. more rail than road, and more rigorous, more stringent target limits, or emission limits rather, for combustion engines used in vehicles. All this is designed to reduce environmental impacts, i.e. emissions from transport. Having said that, we must do our utmost to catch up with the development of infrastructure, because not many regions in Europe have so many gaps when it comes to efficient, reliable connections up and down, north and south, north to south and south to north. We must fill those gaps, and that's why we must create new transportation corridors. We must interconnect to TEN-T, and we must build new airports. And Poland is involved in developing a central communication or central transportation hub, including an airport. And plus Via Carpathia, which should be part of TEN-T, and this is not the last of us. You've heard about Via Carpathia. And Mr. Tabel, when we completed discussions, there was no talk about Via Carpathia, and we were asked, what happened that we are talking about Via Carpathia now? We have to talk about it all the time. We have to keep pressure. Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much again for your presence here. Your presence here is a token of our commitment to improving transport in our countries, and is a token of your commitment to solving problems and taking up challenges together. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to an interesting debate. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. With us today is a person who will take us, help us look at things from, to get a big picture of that. Slovenia is the president of the EU at the moment, so we will have a bird's eye view of this transport issue. So I would like to ask Mr. Jernej Vrtovec from Slovenia.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, ministers, Mr. Demchik, ladies and gentlemen, also dear journalists and media. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation and the opportunity to present the program of Slovenia presidency of the Council of the European Union in the field of transport. You must know that I am minister responsible for both energy and also infrastructure, so transport. This is so huge portfolio, but also two key sectors if we want to achieve climate neutrality goals. So key two sectors. So in the field of transport, Slovenian presidency will pursue two main goals: sustainability at first, and second, resilience. Transport is one of the main sectors to ensure the success of the urbanization policy. This is crucial. On the other hand, transport is one of the sectors most affected by pandemic. So we need to ensure the recovery of the sector. In July, Fit for 55 package has been published by the Commission, and important proposals has been included for transport sectors. My ministry therefore has set e-mobility, e-mobility and also alternative fuels as its top priorities. We also dedicated a joint informal meeting of the Council of the Ministers of Energy and also Transport on 22nd of September in Ljubljana to these crucial topics. The day after, on the 23rd of September, separate informal meeting of the Council of Ministers of Transport will take place. Focus of the meeting will be prioritizing key political issues regarding the proposed regulation and on the deployment of alternative fuels infrastructure. So on the same day, we also host the interinstitutional conference with the European Commission on the future development of the Trans-European Transport Network. We are well aware of the horizontal aspect of Fit for 55 package overall and will do the most to ensure coherence within this package. Here I'm referring especially to the issue related to the CO2 standards, ATS, energy, also energy tax, renewable energy and also energy efficiency. We are really aware of the sensitivity of the debates, but we are also aware of the time pressure of the fight against climate change. I believe we all do. This year has been declared also the year of the railways. Rail is one of the most sustainable modes of mobility for both, for passengers and also for freight transport, and should become a priority mode of connectivity in the Europe in the future. Projects like the Connecting Europe Express single train that connects all of the European capitals are a great promotion of this mode of transport. It's my great pleasure that I will be able to welcome the train in Ljubljana on 24th of September. With regard to the recovery and resilience of the transport sector, we will continue the work needed to respond to the crisis if it continues in the second half of the year. We need to secure ourselves in case of any future crisis, and we need efficient and resilient internal market. Therefore, we are also closely following the revision of TNT, with TNT framework and digitalization, although the proposal will be only relevant for the French presidency. I also agree with your proposal about Via Carpathia. During the debate on the internal market, we must not forget the transport community at the Western Balkans. Let me say that in July I hosted a ministerial conference in Ljubljana which addressed the topic of the effectiveness of the cross-border connectivity in the Western Balkans region. During our presidency, dear ministers, dear Minister Adamczyk, we also have a work ahead of us. The Portuguese presidency has succeeded in reaching a general approaches for the hired vehicle file and also single European sky. I'm really pleased that the start of negotiations on the both files began as early as July. Our objective is to reach an agreement on hired vehicles, while the debate on single European sky is more complicated. We are aware that air traffic management is different from all other economic activities. It's closely linked to the security and protection of our citizens. At the same time, the rights and responsibilities of the member states with regard to the safety and security of their airspace under the Chicago Convention must be respected. In addition, we agree that air traffic management reform must contribute to reducing the climate and environmental impact of aviation. Improving capacity remains a key objective of European air traffic management, despite the current reduction in air traffic. So, ladies and gentlemen, at the end, I would like to once again the organizer to provide me with an opportunity to be able to present you Slovenians, all in the fields of transport. So, thank you very much.
Między innymi rezultatem tej konferencji ma być praca, praca,
said
jeszcze raz
that
praca. Jednym z
more
elementów
work
tej pracy moim
is going
zdaniem
to be the
także
result of
rzadko
this
się o tym mówi,
conference.
powinno być również
I
to,
think that
że zbyt
we
często niektóre pojęcia, które
we
tu
don't
będą
speak
istotne,
often enough
stanowią właściwie
about
takie słowa wytrychy.
some of the
Eko, jak już
terms,
chcemy, to mówimy eko,
for
eko,
example,
eko, trzeba należeć
ecological,
właśnie
environmental. So
jasny
I think
przekaz,
that we
natomiast ten
need to
sens
understand
co to znaczy
the sense of it. What
I
does
druga sprawa jeszcze
environmentally
bardzo ważna.
friendly
I to będzie moje
mean
pytanie do
in
pana ministra.
transport or
Nasze kraje,
environmental? And then,
rozwijają się
ladies and
coraz
gentlemen,
dynamiczniej.
our countries are
Następuje ogromny
developing
rozwój,
faster and
oczywiście
faster.
ten, który wymagać będzie,
And
nawet jest
the
takie wyzwanie przez
development
rozwój transportu. Czy to wszystko,
needs
co teraz jest przewidywane,
even more
jest
developed
wystarczające?
transport services.
Czy
So,
proponowane
is what is proposed enough for the future?
są wystarczające
Are
dla
those
potrzeb tego regionu?
solutions proposed by the
Bardzo,
European
jeśli
Commission
można byłoby zacząć
pertinent
od pana
for
Andrzeja
our
Doleżała
region?
ze Słowacji.
And I would like to start with Andrzej Doleżał from Slovakia.
Dear ministers, actually, dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much again, and I also would like to thank you for the opportunity to be here and talk a little bit about this topic. First of all, let me go back a little bit to the history, because the very last time Europe was talking about TEN-T and TEN-T comprehensive and TEN-T core, it was in 2013, and since that time many things has changed, many mindsets has changed, many needs of the people has changed, especially in this pandemic and I hope even post-pandemic era. So it's right time to discuss again what should be in the comprehensive and what should be in the TEN-T core. Dear Minister, you already mentioned the needs of Via Carpathia. I'm sure it's not necessary to talk about all the benefits that this road would bring to us, but especially it is very important for the east part of Slovakia. It's very important for this region regarding its potential economic growth. We are in a green panel, or we are talking about Green Deal and green stuff. Let me remind you, or let me emphasize one important thing. Even road infrastructure might be considered with positive influence to the environment, because it means if we build the Via Carpathia for the east part of Slovakia, it would mean less traffic jams, less pollution, less noise, and higher quality of life. So even road infrastructure could be considered as green infrastructure. But let's talk a little bit also about railway infrastructure. Mr. Minister already mentioned our joint initiative, joint V4 initiative about connecting all our capitals of V4 countries. But we have here also colleagues from Slovenia and Lithuania. It's not going to be, I'm sure that it's not going to be only the V4 high-speed network. We'll be pleased to join and connect also to Slovenia and Lithuania to this initiative, and it would create even bigger high-speed railway corridor than the V4 corridor. And just a few minutes ago, the Slovak government agreed that we will do the feasibility study for the high-speed train. So it's kind of official that Slovakia is on board on this project. And when talking about the high-speed railway network, I'm sure that it will be clear and competitive alternative to the short distance flights within Europe. So this is why we do support this initiative. And also thanks to Recovery and Resilience Fund, let me tell you that Slovakia plans to invest more than 800 million euros to the railway infrastructure. this is different topic than the high-speed railway, but we plan to invest more than 800 million euros to the railway infrastructure. In Slovakia, we have huge investment debts in railway infrastructure, and we have an interesting analysis. We could double the amount of transported passengers with the same amount of trains, just thanks to better railway infrastructure. So this is our clear goal towards the green, let's say, green transport and green economy. But last but not least, we need to be very honest also to the people around. It's not going to be cheap. It will be very expensive, and most of the steps will not be very popular. So it will be expensive and not popular. So let's be prepared also for this. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie ministrze. Nie wiem, czy państwo
Thank you very much. I don't know whether you have mentioned, but I saw the big smile on the face of the minister when he mentioned high-speed trains. So this might be a very interesting story. So now over to Minister Adamczyk, the same topic, but from the Polish perspective. Yes, I have also seen the reaction of Andrzej Doleżal's reaction. So probably this was his emotional reaction given the decision of the Slovak government. I'm very happy to hear that. So we have a formal confirmation that this program is on, that it will be implemented together by our 4 countries. And we would like others to join our network, especially our partners from the north of Europe, for example, Rail Baltica. That's the dream project of Latvians, Lithuanians, and Estonians. But naturally, Rail Baltica would join the high-speed railroads system in Warsaw. And here, this project might develop into a really huge project that would feed in the Green Deal framework. This is how we would like to implement the Green Deal in transport. So on the one hand, we can significantly limit the level of CO2 emissions from transport. On the other hand, those measures are costly. And what this means is the kind of measures must translate into further development of our economies. We need to assume that railways will develop by next fragments to Budapest and further south. So that's our dream coming true, that after Via Carpathia we might have Rail Carpathia. So this is what we would like to see in the future, and this is how we would like to implement the Green Deal for transport. And on high-speed railroads, I believe that other partners could join us in this project, for example, Austrians, and then this network of high-speed railroads could lead from Austria to the Western Europe. But the future will tell us whether other partners will join us. I hope it will be so. And about 10T network. How suited is it
dynamicznie
to the needs of
rozwijających się gospodarek regionu?
rapidly
Odpowiem na wprost nie.
developing economies
Jak już
of our
padło,
region? My
sieć
answer
TEN-T
is
to
short,
decyzja z
no.
2013 roku, a
10T is a
dyskusja nad
decision
nią
taken
już
in
od 2010 2011 roku.
Since
Minęło
2010, we have been
od
discussing this
rozpoczęcia
project.
tej debaty minęło
So it's been
ponad 10
over 10
lat.
years since the beginning of the
I
debate.
dlatego też w tej przestrzeni
That's why
otoczenia zewnętrznego
in
sporo
the
się
span
dzieje,
of
tego
time,
otoczenia
a lot
gospodarczego
has
sporo się
happened
dzieje
in
i my
our
musimy odpowiedzieć
business,
tym wyzwaniom
economic
gospodarczym
environment.
modyfikacją sieci
And we need to answer the
szlaków drogowych,
challenges of the
szlaków
economy
kolejowych, w
by
przypadku
developing the
w
10T
przypadku
project,
tego
by
projektu
upgrading
kolei
it.
dużych prędkości Polski, Słowacji, Czech i Węgier
And
również
the high-speed railroad project
wpisanie
between
tego projektu do sieci bazowej
four
czy centralnego portu
countries
komunikacyjnego. Jestem przekonany,
has to
że
become a part of the 10T project,
jestem przekonany,
as
że ten
well as the
proces
central
przebiegnie
communication
zgodnie z
hub
naszymi postulatami,
airport
bo
in
dzisiaj
Poland.
dajemy kolejny dowód na
And
to,
I'm
że
sure
poza
that
postulatami
we will
realizujemy kolejne przedsięwzięcia. Dzisiaj z
push it
ministrem
through, because today
Żalem mieliśmy okazję podpisać list
we show you
porozumienie,
clearly
przepraszam,
that we
co się
act,
dzieje. To
that
porozumienie
it's
jest
not
podstawą
only
do tego,
about
jak już się
talking.
dzieje.
We
Wystąpienia
have
o środki
signed
cefowskie na
we
wspólne
have signed
inwestycje
a
drogowe.
memorandum of
Jestem
understanding
przekonany,
with
że
the
te
Minister
nasze
Doležal
działania
today,
będą
and this is the
powielone
first
w
step to
przypadku
apply
wielu
for funding.
połączeń
And I
komunikacyjnych.
hope that similar steps will be taken for many other transport projects. And Jernej Wrtowiec now has a question. Over to Mr.
Yeah, thank you very
Wrtowiec.
much once again. I would like to apologize because I have plane at 4 p.m. and to Ljubljana. So thank you very much for invitation, organization, this important debate for our future. And just one input. Yeah, it's crucial that we are aware of the importance of the green transition for our future, for our children. But this transition must be fair. We must not agree that only Europe will be the one to achieve these climate goals, climate neutrality goals. So this is also important. The green transition costs very a lot. So once again, thank you very much, and yeah, Slovenian story during our presidency will be so successful.
Panie ministrze, ja mam jeszcze jedną taką prośbę, że jeżeli będzie pan leciał do siebie, to proszę
I
pan
have one request. When you are flying back to Ljubljana, could you transfer all those ideas to the European Union? Could you relay our ideas and could you be the advocate of those ideas that have been mentioned here today?
Dobrze, spróbuję jeszcze, jak pan będzie wracał dzisiaj z
So,
samolotem, jak pan
when you are going back to Ljubljana today, when you represent the presidency of the European Union, so please relay all those emotions, informations, ideas from Carpathians to Brussels.
Via Carpathians, this is also important during our presidency, and we open this 10T regulation, of course. Thank you.
Have a safe flight. Ladies and gentlemen, let us move on. The organizers tell me that we have been talking too much. And now over to Jan Schechter, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Transport from the Czech Republic. Thank you very much for having me here. We are just across the border. It's a great opportunity to be here in Carpathians. I've met Czech experts, businessmen, consultants here. So I'm very thankful for the organizers to invite us, to invite them. Green transport. I just wanted to supplement our discussion. We agree in the V4 group when it comes to the Green Deal and transport policy. I'm very happy that next year we will be holding the presidency of the European Union, and we will represent the commonsensical stance of Central Europe, of Central Europeans. I believe that there is too much ideology. Transport is a multi-dimensional mobility is a basis for our job market as well. So any ideological regulation because of climate measures of transport might influence our competitiveness and the competitiveness of our countries.
In our debates with the EU institutions and member states, we see that there is a conflict around this ideological dimension, and we are the leaders in the debate that postulates the inclusion of the nuclear energy into the mix. In terms of CO2 emissions, it seems to be positive, but there seems to be an opposition to that. Scientists are saying one thing and politicians are saying something else. The significant harm category is deprived of nuclear. Furthermore, we are working together to include navigation, inland water navigation, into the transport mix to make the Oder, or Odra in Polish, the river, part of the transport bloodline of both our countries, and 3 our countries. And some of our NGOs are in fact claiming out loud in the public that it's good for the climate, it's good for the CO2 emission reduction. Politicians say no, it's a natural reserve, so the river is out. So there are other hurdles that we have to clear. And we must get our priorities right, shared priorities right. And by the way, high-speed trains, enormously important for the environmental preservation and for the Green Deal, because high-speed trains will take over some of the cargo, some of the freight load, leaving more capacity available to PKP and PKL, etc. High-speed trains will not be positive in its own right. It will affect the entire transport network and the entire cargo business in our countries. So that's it from me, and I do express my delight at how I see we agree on things, and I do applaud your central transportation hub as a Visegrad project. Thank you very much, Minister. You've actually raised an important issue, the hydrogen car, hydrogen electricity, maybe more, something more. I hope you have touched on this potentially very important topic of rivers and navigation, inland water navigation. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask yet another question about railways. All the measures in legislation and in projects in inland domestic transport and in cross-boundary traffic, is it enough? I'm not sure if we can hear Mr. Umayev from the Ministry of Infrastructure in Ukraine. Yes, here we are. Minister, what can we do to make things better? Hello, I hope you can hear me. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for inviting me. I am grateful to be able to take part in this Europe of the Carpathians conference, and thank you to Poland for organizing this conference. I'm part of a team that has been looking at this, and I would like to report to you how advanced we are when it comes to coming to compliance with a Green Deal. First things first, we want to prevent climate change to affect us, and we know that the Green Deal is highly relevant. Therefore, Ukraine is taking legislative measures and is involved in rolling out green infrastructure. We are committed to promoting clean and efficient means of transport, so we are working on a bill to decarbonize and lower emissions from transport, a law that will legislate this area. Furthermore, we are phasing in bans on combustion engines in public transport. Buses and coaches will gradually go electric. And there's legislation in the pipeline to ensure that. When it comes to railway, and the Ukrainian railway company has seen a change in management recently. This is one of the largest companies in our country, and Minister Alexander Kubrakov is personally very committed to ensuring that railways are adequately reformed. Now, in itself, inherently, railways are one of the most environmentally friendly, so this is our top priority to develop and grow. Traditionally, we've had excellent railway infrastructure and fleet, rolling stock, high penetration, both in terms and high levels of capacity, both in terms of cargo and passenger traffic. Now our goal is to increase the competitiveness of this market. We have 4 billion Ukrainian hryvnia that we have budgeted to reform our railways. We're going to purchase 100 new carriages, and then we're going to look at infrastructure. By the end of this year, we're going to upgrade 100 railway stations, and hopefully you will be able to appreciate the results. Now, of course, this requires sustainable funding when it comes to state railways. Usually, such companies run on loss, but our ambition is to get away from this red territory, and we have established a special purpose vehicle fund for the railway sector to achieve that. We want to electrify our railways, and we are working together with the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development to electrify the southern part of our railway network. But there are other infrastructure projects in progress, and some of them are implemented with our Polish friends. One of them is the upgrade of transborder connections. The European Commission has given us a grant to support this project, and we will use this money first to develop a feasibility study of expanding the railway connectivity. Then we're going to electrify about 1,500 kilometers railway between Poland and state study for this section. Here we're going to rebuild or reconstruct Ukrzaliznytsia, the Ukrainian railways are looking into the feasibility of completing this project using its own funding, and this project is due to complete in 2022. So this is the largest electrification project due to be completed in 1 year time. Another Polish-Ukrainian project is the construction of 1,460 kilometers Kryska-Spleniew section. It's a railway project that will ensure connectivity between Lviv and the European Union. Ukrzaliznytsia is planning to start works in 2022. For us, it's very important, and I know that the management of the Ukrainian railways, there are heated discussions about that place for that section, and this was done in collaboration with the Polish partner. So the design, the blueprint is there, and we should start working on it physically next year. And our infrastructure is ready to support traffic between Ukraine and Poland. And we would also like to ensure that there are speed trains available for these connections, the trains to go at 160 kilometers per hour. So under the Green Deal heading, we are looking mostly at railway. We are moving the load from roads, away from roads to the tracks, and with a view to increasing cargo and passenger traffic, and with a view to increasing speeds and reducing time for the benefit of Polish and Ukrainian citizens and for the benefit of the environment. I would like to make sure that I emphasize one important aspect, and that is our country is now trying to develop new logistics arrangements. We would like to increase rolling speeds for traffic, for passenger and cargo traffic. This is important now. And the delivery time is important in all these projects. The delivery time defines the efficiency of logistics and transport connections. And whilst we are planning to develop our railways, it is still of utmost importance that we also work on road connectivity. We must ensure that door-to-door road-based transport is supported. And Ukraine is a reliable transit country. All shipment and haulage companies can hope for a reliable passage through Ukraine, and we will also facilitate transit through Ukraine going forward. Our delegation is soon visiting Poland. Our Prime Minister is going to visit Poland, and I know that our delegation is going to talk about permits for international hauliers, and we're going to raise this issue openly because this is of critical importance for us, because over the past 5 years the number of permits from Poland has been reduced to critical levels. This affects cargo business between Ukraine, Poland and the EU, and each year the number of permits have been declining by 10% in and out. And this is thwarting our economy, and we have reached a critical point. In 2016, we signed an association agreement with the EU. We created a free trade zone. The Ukrainian economy is operating in the EU mode, and by the way, the timing is not conducive. You know what's happening in the east of our country. So for us, partnership and reliability of partners is of key importance, and Poland is the biggest partner for us because this is where the biggest number of ports of entry are, and the trade level is the highest. As far as our ports of entry are concerned, we will improve the capacity of these ports of entry by streamlining border controls. Thank you very much indeed for organizing this meeting.
Więc jeszcze bardzo proszę pana ministra Juliusza bardzo przepraszam. Stakałuczkasa, bardzo trudne nazwisko. A przecież Litwa tak bliska, kurczę blade. A tu się człowiek zacina na nazwisku. Bardzo pana przepraszam. Ale bardzo poetyckie nazwisko. Bardzo proszę, że ta sama sprawa.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to thank to organizers, to Minister Adamczyk, to other ministers, to ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here and discuss so important infrastructure projects. I'm really glad that today we agreed to treat road infrastructure and rail infrastructure as complementary infrastructure. We cannot speak about roads without speaking about rails. And Green Deal, as we mentioned many times, forces us go to the rails even more fast manner. And very important to understand that now in the Baltic states we have Rail Baltica project. This is, I think, the biggest ever infrastructure project, and we will build fast speed rail which connect Tallinn, Riga, Vilnius and Warsaw. And I'm really glad to hear that you have the same project in the Visegrad between Slovakia, Poland, Hungary, Czech Republic, and what we have actually rail transport corridor from Tallinn to Bratislava or Budapest. I think it's a great opportunity, and Rail Baltica will be completed in 4 years. 2026 we will have speed rail, which will go to Warsaw. Let me give several examples about situation nowadays. For your understanding, today only 10% of freight between Lithuania and the rest of Europe is transported by rail, and 90% by road transport. It is not acceptable. And actually, our connection to Europe goes through Poland. We have only one way to reach Western Europe or Central Europe by crossing Poland. So I will mention three concrete directions what we are going to do in the nearest future. So first thing, our companies, LTG Cargo and PKP Cargo, started regular intermodal transportation from Netherlands to Lithuania and back. In July 2021, the first intermodal train has arrived to Poland from Kaunas intermodal terminal. Kaunas intermodal terminal has officially become the easternmost point of European railway system to be reached by European standard rolling stock. I'm pretty sure that in the future, the number of shipments and directions will increase. Second thing, we must respond to the growing demand for people's mobility by connecting our capitals with international passage and service. Before the pandemic, we had rail direction from Kaunas to Białystok. Unfortunately, today we don't have, but we have plans to have transportation by rail from Vilnius to Warsaw. I'm pretty sure that we have demand, we have capacity, and we need to do this. And finally, it's not enough just to build rail infrastructure. We need to make incentives to use rail infrastructure. Please understand that rail infrastructure costs a lot. Heavy fixed cost. If you not use, this infrastructure will not be economically efficient. So Lithuania from 2023 introducing a tolling system. It's taxation based on precise distance. And all TNT road network, about 2,000 kilometers, will allow us to take additional charge and to invest to the road infrastructure. So I believe that all of these measures and all of these incentives will stimulate the usage of rail, and infrastructure should go together with road infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are really behind the time, but all the things that you have said have been really important. And now, let me come back to what we mentioned in the beginning. I guess that the dreams of Minister Adamczyk are very close to my heart. I would like more and more countries to join our network of communication. And now I was asked by the organizers to hand out our diplomas. So let's
pędzimy do przodu z kolejnymi panelami, niczym ta szybka kolej, o której niedawno mówili nasi poprzednicy.
Ladies and gentlemen, during the previous panel we were discussing connections, transport connections, and now we are changing the topic. We are going to talk about the future of Europe. Jan Malicki is our moderator. He is the director of a Center for East European Studies at the University of Warsaw. So let us start.
Proszę Państwa, zatem
Ladies and gentlemen, Jan Malicki from the Center for East European Studies, University of Warsaw, and I will have the pleasure to be the moderator of this panel. At the same time, this is going to be a very formidable challenge, given that I have limited time. We are actually delayed, and I'll have to be really effective in my...
Czy są filmy na samym początku?
Do you have any videos to kick off the meeting?
Proszę Państwa, nasz panel, jak wiemy,
Ladies and gentlemen,
zupełnie
our panel
kluczowy temat, kluczowe pytanie, jakie ma być
has
ta przyszła Europa.
a key question in its title, the future of Europe, open or closed.
Które porusza myśli,
So we are going to discuss the matter that moves minds and consciences of those people living in Europe.
Jak już wspomniałem, rola moderatora jest niezwykle
Like I've said, the role of a moderator is very difficult, especially here during the economic forum. So I will forbid myself to give presentations myself, to speak myself, so I'll just start with questions to the panelists.
które zadam.
My first question.
Państwo otrzymali te generalne zasady, to już nie będę ich powtarzał.
You know the general rules, so I will not repeat myself. My first question is the following.
Jaka będzie ta
What do you think
jaka winna być ta przyszła Europa? Przyszła,
the
czyli
Europe
w
of the
perspektywie
future?
powiedzmy dziesięciolecia od nas, właśnie otwarta
What is
czy
it going to be
zamknięta?
in 10 years? Is Europe going to be open or closed?
Kolejności ustawienia przy naszym stole presidialnym
follow the order
profesora Dominika Mierzejewskiego,
and start with Professor Dominik Mierzejewski, a great specialist in more than European affairs. He is a professor of Lodz University, so I would like him to comment on Chinese affairs, because he is a specialist in China. So 4 minutes for you. Ladies and gentlemen, when I was thinking about the topic, I would say that we would like to see more balance in Europe, that Europe should be more open towards subject parties from Eastern Europe. So when we look at European openness from the economic point of view, we must remember then back in 2004, everything had been done in the context of China. Countries like France, Germany, Great Britain used their post-colonial history to create a new economic opening. They were already open towards cooperation with the East. We didn't have that kind of legacy, so we had to start from scratch. So we need to remember about this historical continuity. So colonial past had its impact. In our university, we have just ended our cooperation with a French university, and we have been working on the matters connected with European and Asian trade relationships, and we could see how they used their legacy, their post-colonial past. And the European Union started some cooperation in the framework of 16+. But the program was supposed to make Central Europe more open towards cooperation with the East, with Far East. Let us remember that last year, in 2020, the biggest investor in Hungary was South Korea. It wasn't Germany. So there has been a new opening in the whole region, which is visible in Hungary in particular. Let us have a look at the markets of those countries. So Poland and Slovakia are present mainly in the United States when it comes to non-European countries. And I'll stop here. Dear guests, dear listeners, I would like to explain that by introducing Professor Mierzejewski to our panel, we wanted to have a different look at the European openness. We wanted to see it in a broader context. And now I would give the floor to Aleksander Milinkiewicz, Chancellor of the Free Belarusian University. He is also a well-known politician and a former presidential candidate in Belarus. When Poles say that Poles quarrel in politics, I would like to tell all those Poles that in Belarus it's sometimes even more difficult. So Aleksander Milinkiewicz was the only common candidate of the opposition for presidency in Belarus. Dear Mr. Milinkiewicz, how do you see the future of Europe? I think that we are all dreaming about open Europe. If Europe closed, it would be totally impossible to have sovereign Belarus, because this neo-imperial post-Soviet Russia is our neighbor. So right now, nobody is discussing or questioning a Belarusian nationality or the merit of having a Belarusian state. But I think that if Europe is to be open, we also need to be open and prepared to join Europe. When the Soviet Union collapsed, Belarus was the one who was most in favor of staying within the USSR. And well, it was very reason, our culture was destroyed. Our identity was uprooted. And now it has changed. We have about 25% of young, active, pro-European young Belarusians. When sanctions, then those tendencies decrease. On the other hand, when Russia starts its economic war on Belarus, then pro-Soviet moods decrease as well. Today, Belarusian society takes its news from the internet. They don't trust state propaganda. In Belarus, there are many people with Schengen visas, thanks to Poland or Lithuania. So Belarusians know quite a lot about the world and understand a lot. Now, Belarusian diplomats say that we must be very careful when it comes to our European integration, when it comes to going west. And there are more and more people, also common people, who say that we should be kind of Switzerland. We should be neutral, or we should become a new Finland when it comes to our international policy. So you called it Finlandization. That's very interesting. It was considered in the 70s in Poland. It was also discussed during the martial law times. Back then, we considered what was possible in Poland. And 10 years after that discussion, there was no communism in Poland. So I would like to keep up the spirit of Belarusian dissidents by saying this. Benon Ardelian, Vice President of the Committee on International Affairs from the Chamber of Deputies from Romania. I would like to ask you the same question. So, from your personal perspective, what's your view as a Romanian on the future of Europe? Should it be open or should it be closed? Your neighbor is out of the European Union and you are within the European Union. So what's your position? 4 minutes, please.
4 minutes. Thank you so much. Very much appreciate for the moderating of this debate. And I would like to personally say that I was only 15 when the revolution in Romania was, when the changes from the communists to the democracy took place. And it was a very important moment for our country because at that point, we started a new road, the road to democracy, which wasn't a very easy one. And the transition period was long and it's still going on. There are many things to do, but there were, after that, two very important moments. One, it was when Romania was accepted into NATO, and we got into full membership of NATO in 2004. And then the second important moment for us, it was 2007, 1st January, when Romania became a full member of EU. And from that point, I think Romania took another step forward into moving into a process of changing, a process of transformation that was good for our country. And it's still a good process in the view of my friends and people that we are all supporting EU as members of parliament, members of different political parties. That's why the polls in Romania shows that Romanians are still very pro-EU, more than many other countries around us. My personal perspective here is that we are the ones to support further more integration of other countries. And I think that's very important, not because we are at the edge of geographical position in Europe, and we don't want to be there. After the annexation of Crimea, Romania is right now bordering Russia on the Black Sea, which is not a good position for us. But we want to see some other countries around us, and we are looking to the former Yugoslavian countries. We look into Moldova, Republic of Moldova. We look into Ukraine to start a process of integration and a listed partnership with the EU, because I think it's very important for all of those countries to be part of this important body. Of course, there are many things that has to do with the consens on the process. There are many things to do with the modality. There are many things to do with other things that we have to clarify within the EU member states. But all of those things has to be very fast clarified, and I think we need to look into those countries and not let them in a gray zone, because the gray zone, I think, is one of the most dangerous areas that those countries can be. So in my perspective, and I think it's our common desire, is to have more to join the values and principle of EU, those that unite us, those that will bring a consensus, and those that will bring forth those values and principles that are good for all of us as human beings. Of course, there are many things that can make us and put us in an alert. You know, the Brexit was a sign that we need to clarify some of those things, but I think what's important is to go forward for a larger annexation, a larger integration of some other countries and some other people that would like to get in our select club of EU. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Chairman, for your information position in this issue. Thank you. Now, Mr. Tibor Navracic, former EU Commissioner for Education, Culture and Sport. The same question. Europe in the future, open or not? Mr. Navracic is from Hungary.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Actually,
ladies and gentlemen.
Unfortunately, 4 minutes and a half.
4 minutes and a half.
Yeah, sorry.
That will be enough. Thank you very much. But let me enjoy the luxury that I can speak on my mother tongue, because there is a translation to Hungarian, so I switch to Hungarian. Köszönöm szépen a meghívást. Egyetértve mindennel, ami itt előbb elhangzott, hadd egészítsem ki a felhozott szempontokat még egy ponttal. Én is egyetértek azzal, hogy Európának nyitottnak kell lennie. A kérdés csak az, hogy amíg Európa nyitott, addig mi történik az Európai Unióban belül. Ugyanis a helyzet úgy néz ki, hogy a nyitottság eredményeként, a bővítések következményeként az Európai Unió egyre bonyolultabb belső szerkezetű szervezetté alakult. És miközben a bővítés tekintetében vannak olyan területek, amelyek szerintem egyértelműek, és nem is fognak különösebben módosítani az Európai Unió belső szerkezetén. Szerbia és Montenegró Európai Uniós tagságát értem ezen, aminek a közeljövőben meg kell valósulnia. Vannak olyan bővítések, amelyek nyilvánvalóan nagyobb befolyással lesznek majd az Európai Unió belső szerkezetére, például egy esetleges Ukrajna esetleges csatlakozása nyilvánvalóan a belső szerkezeti egységét is alapvetően megváltoztatná Európának. De ez adja azt a feladatot, ami tulajdonképpen már a keleti bővítés óta az Európai Unió előtt áll, és amivel az Európai Unió küzd. Hogyan tudunk kulturális közösségé válni? Én úgy gondolom, hogy a bővítések sorozata fokozatosan értékelte fel a kultúra jelentőségét. Amit Robert Schuman az 1950-es évek elején mondott, miszerint mielőtt Európának katonapolitikai vagy gazdasági értelemben nagyhatalommá kell válnia, azelőtt mindenekelőtt igazi kulturális közösségé kell válnia, az mára bebizonyosodott, hogy igaz, mindennél fontosabb. Ma egy óriási kelet-nyugati, észak-déli kulturális törésvonal húzódik, ami láthatjuk, hogy a legfontosabb kérdésekben is bénítja az Európai Unió egységes cselekvését. Ezt nem lehet csak dominanciával kezelni, elnyomni a más kultúrákat, hanem nekünk kell valóban létrehozni egy kulturális közösséget. Tehát úgy gondolom, hogy miközben kifelé nyitottnak kell lenni az Európai Uniónak, befelé magunkra kell koncentrálnunk, és létre kell hoznunk egy valóban sokszínű nemzeti kultúrákból álló európai kulturális közösséget. Köszönöm szépen.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję za wypowiedź, panie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like now, and I do apologize for not delving into any comments on my part. Your points are most interesting, but we have an enormous time pressure. So Ivan Brajovic, member of the Committee on Security and Defense in the Parliament of Montenegro. And again, as in Belarus, we have an alternating situation of countries which are either in the EU or on the doorstep of the European Union. So over to you. Over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for inviting me to take part in the 30th Economic Forum in Carpathians. I'm honored and pleased to have the opportunity to address you. The topic is inspirational, and I'm certain it is interesting not only to us as participants in this forum, but also to many inhabitants of our continent and beyond. Brexit was the first time that Europe had faced a member state leaving it. It is a great warning to us all. Each system, each society, even the EU, needs to be refreshed and enlarged. In addition to quantity, each new member brings new quality. It is very important for each society that people find belonging to it to be desirable. That there are more other countries that want to foster the same values and to achieve the standards of their society. If their desire were to disappear, the EU would be in major trouble. That is why the Great Britain leaving is an alarm bell. That is why, as someone coming from of the countries aspiring to become an EU member, I call for even stronger support to the enlargement process. Montenegro is the country closest to full membership, and our accession process has been ongoing for a long time. I am not asking for leniency or for any favors. However, I am certain that the EU must pay much more attention to this process. Otherwise, it is highly likely that the number of Eurosceptics will increase in some countries that are far away from achieving the goal, and some other major global players are waiting for their chance. Europe lacks global leadership in competing with the other major competitors, and it seems to me that it is also lacking within the EU itself. Furthermore, these attempts can often be recognized to trivialize politics as a field of action and render it, and us as its creators, meaningless. We should decisively put into this how, with equality to the people we choose to represent us, with their ideas, vision and dedication. I believe that politics is one of the highest human fields of action. However, as is the case with everything, the right choice will benefit everyone, while the wrong choice may cause immeasurable damage. To conclude, some warning messages that could be heard in the forum should not frighten us, but should encourage all of us to be better and more successful together. May Europe not be a continent lagging behind, but may it regain its leadership on the global stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Chairman, for your position and information for us in our panel. Interesting information. Thank you. I teraz
And now,
jak to się mówi po polsku,
last but not least, as we say in Poland, the only lady in our group. I have deprived myself of a voice, but being a traditionalist, I would like to give you a special welcome. Barbara Bartusz is member of the Sejm and the Senate, chairperson of the delegation of the Sejm and the Senate of the Republic of Poland to the OEC Parliamentary Assembly, and she frequents our Europe of the Carpathians sessions, and she has spoken on the topic a number of times already. Okay, let me start my 4.5 minutes. First, I would like to thank you very much for the initiative of the Europe of the Carpathians. We are celebrating a jubilee of 30 years of this conference, and my thanks go to Speaker Marek Kuczynski for inviting me into this important panel, and I would like to thank Director Malicki. Future Europe, open or closed, is a topic for many, many hours of discussions. When I first started thinking what to say in this short span of time, I thought of two things. Open or closed Europe, in what context? Now, several years ago, we had an influx of immigrants where our Europe was very open, and I'm using the word immigrants on purpose rather than refugees. Again, only Poland said this was no good. This seemed Poland and Hungary. Yeah, I remember at the conference of the Europe of the Carpathians, people criticized Hungarians for putting up the wall, and it was relevant, it was needed. Today in Belarus, we have immigrants bussed to the location. Europe is standing on our side, but as a Polish politician in this hot period, I see this question in a different context as well. It's perhaps about the European integration. There's no secret. This is no secret that Poland is supporting this process. We have supported European collaboration since 2004, definitely, but our memory goes back to the origins of Europe, to the original community of coal and steel, and we are aware of why Europe came together in the first place. Back then, it was about an economic conflict between the defeated Germany and France. This post-war period is over, of course. But as we are speaking about supporting new members, especially the Western Balkan countries, we must answer several questions. Questions about the future of Europe, and Poland has some reflections on that. The Europe of Schuman and Adenauer was created as a community of sovereign nations, not as one state or one nation. So this is our idea of integration, and we are supportive of further integration. The chairman from Romania has already mentioned how we have supported integration together. We are helping the learning curve in aspiring countries to become steeper. We help our Albanian or Macedonian colleagues I want them to join this group of countries in the Schengen agreement one day. So Poland is very active on that front. Thank you very much for this statement. I would like to add by saying that 6 years ago, Hungary was the first country to oppose the EU, then it was joined by Poland, and then by the whole Visegrad group. It became a common position. Today, Brussels' approach to what Lukashenko is trying to do on the borders of Poland and Lithuania suggests that people learn in politics, which is positive. Now we have 3 people who have asked for the floor. First, let me say that Carpathians are defined in our context very broadly. So we have countries here where Carpathians are not to be seen. So we have a broad understanding of the Carpathians and a broad understanding of Europe. So we're not just talking about the mountains, but a territory united by issues. So if it's technically possible, can I give the floor to Mr. Domagoj Hajdukovic, Chair of the Committee on European Affairs of the Parliament in Croatia?
Thank you. You can hear me.
3 minutes, unfortunately.
Let me begin by saying that the world has been changed forever by the pandemic of the COVID virus, by the great migration flows, and so on. And Europe is changed in it. As my predecessor said, this is not the Europe of Schuman. No, it has changed a lot. However, if one is to be asked, is the future of Europe open or closed, I would say that if the answer is closed, then there is no future. The European project from its beginnings has been an open project, and I think it should remain so. In Croatian view, the integration of the so-called Western Balkans region is vital for Europe, for security of Europe, for economy of Europe, but also for completing the European project. As my good friend Ivan Brajovic knows, Croatia has been and shall continue to be one of the staunchest supporters of the accession of Montenegro to Croatia, but that goes also to all the other countries in the region, including Bosnia and Herzegovina, the only country in the region that actually has no status towards the EU, but hopefully that will change soon. Of course, that the world is changing and that we have to be prepared for influences from other parts of the world. Somebody mentioned Chinese and the Chinese influence in the region, not in Europe in general. Well, in Croatia, the Chinese are constructing the biggest project financed by the European money and the first one in the history, Pelješac Bridge, which is going remarkably. So, based on these examples, this example and maybe some others, we shall have to rethink as the Europe shall behave in this new global environment. And let me close by saying, rethinking the future of European Union and Europe as a continent is an ongoing process. And the European Union has launched a conference on the future of Europe. This is a unique project that actually asks the citizens what they think, what is the future of Europe, how the Union should look like, and what should Union do for them. So I encourage all the, colleagues, and maybe somebody from the audience who takes interest to take part in this conference, since it is open to all European Union citizens. Voice your opinions and concerns, and the lawmakers, the institutions of the Union are members of the conference with ear to hear you and steps to take accordingly when we hear what the citizens really think about the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Chairman, for your position. And now I would like to take the floor for Mr. David Usupashvili, now member of the Commission of European Integration from Georgia, former marshal, head of Georgian parliament. Mr. Usupashvili, the floor is yours. 3 minutes, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Malitzky, and thank everybody who enabled me to be part of this very interesting discussion. And let me greet all the participants of the conference on behalf of lots of Georgians who live here in Georgia but feel European. We are not yet institutionally European, but we are politically and culturally Europeans. Therefore, I'm allowing myself to express my opinion, which is shared most of Georgian people, that Europe must stay open. And this issue for us is not a policy issue. This is an existential issue, because we believe that for survival of our nation in a very difficult region, in a very difficult neighborhood, and you know, geography, we are not only neighbor to Europe, but we are in the neighborhood of Russia and increasingly to China as well. And our dream to be independent nation, which will be able to prosper and to contribute to the issues on which European people are thinking, we need to be part of Europe. At the same time, of course, we understand that there are lots of constraints, and we see that inside the European Union, there are lots of debate on a number of issues. But I want to tell you that this debate has huge impact here in Georgia. And we want and we wish to see that even so-called Euroskeptics remain optimistic about the future of Europe. We believe there is a necessity to change something institutionally. We believe that, life is so unpredictable, and we need to be ready to learn lessons. And the European Union needs to learn lessons from a number of issues. Would it be enlargement? Would it be Brexit? Would it be, I don't know, refugee crisis or Lisbon Treaty era? But these lessons should lead to transformation of certain institutional settings and not to closing the Europe, because it will close not only window of opportunity for Georgia. I believe it will close lots of things for the world. And in this debate whether Europe should limit itself geographically or politically or economically, I don't think that in 21st century it is possible anymore. I believe this globalized world dictates us to be more brave, to take more responsibility, and to build bridges. In that sense, we are trying our best, but I want to report to you, participants of this conference, that every month we feel more and more pressure from Russia. And this pressure is increasing doubts in some of the parts of the society, whether it is achievable for Georgia to become a part of Europe, integral part of Europe, or to become part of NATO and so on. And this is quite dangerous game. I want you to wish all the success, and a number of topics you discussed are so important, but I want to urge you not to forget countries like Georgia, which for centuries was part of Europe and wants to see Europe being ready to give us this opportunity once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Mr. Usupashvili. It's a great pity you are not here in Carpathians with us, but invited for next year to Carpathians, next economic forum. Didi Magloba, Batonou Usupashvili. And the next participant in this part, Mr. Mihailo Hari, participant of Economic Forum in Krynica many times. Now head of Center for Transformation of Ukraine. Drogi panie Michale, panie przewodniczący, serdecznie zapraszamy. Щиро вітаємо.
Дуже дякую вам за запрошення.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to address the following issues, and I certainly plan to make it within the time allotment. First of all, the global world has created a new project. America has presented it in the recent G7 summit, signed by US President and UK PM in December. A meeting of Democrats, a summit of Democrats will take place in Washington. And this democratic summit will be discussing civil society and private sector. Now the big question about Europe, is it going to be open or closed? Of course it is going to be open. And of course we want to be an active part of that openness. Secondly, I would like to report to you that last week Ukrainian president visited the US and a joint statement was signed about a joint strategic partnership document was signed, and there are several chapters to this document. It was declared and stated that Ukrainian success was centrally important for the global success of democracy. I would also like to report to you that this project that we already have discussed at our forum, and Mr. Malitsky has always supported it, and he has always provided vociferous support, as has Marek Kuchcinski and other Polish people. And thanks to this declaration, we know that Ukraine is taking part in the transformation of the region. We are going to build on the US experience when it comes to systemic transformation. I am confident that democracy will win, will prevail, and we should be part of the democratic movement with our good friends, partners, Poland and other countries. So it is with optimism that I look at Europe, and it is this what Ukraine does in terms of its contribution to the global democratic system and the global transatlantic peace arrangement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Chair. We are looking forward to seeing you in Poland in Carpathians next year. And we have moved through the first round of questions quite swiftly, and now I would like to surprise you. And so I will suggest the following. Let's speed up. I would like to ask the following question. Do you think that by 2026, according to you, the European Union will have enlarged? To make our panel more fair, I will give the floor to Barbara Bartosz, my beautiful neighbor, but I'll give you only 1 minute. I'm surprised, and the question is difficult. Do you want me to base my answer on my hopes, or do you want me to be realistic? I hope that the accession process of the West Balkan states will be finalized, and that after Northern Macedonia and after Albania, there will be more countries to come. But first of all, we need to decide on what kind of Europe we want to have. During one of the opening debates, the young people discussed the future of the European Union. Additionally, we need to draw some conclusions. We need to learn something from the Brexit affair. And additionally, I think that the European Union cannot impose its will on smaller countries. This is how I feel as a Polish parliamentarian. I think that, the European Commission has kind of set on Poland. I don't feel that Barbara Bartosz has ever felt dominated by anybody. That's my personal view. And now I would like to ask the same question to the next panelist. So, do you think we'll see the enlargement of the European Union in the next 5 years? So, Professor Mierzejewski, 1 minute. I'm pessimistic. Seeing how two authoritarian regimes are trying to find its way in Serbia and in the Western Balkans, I think it's not possible. And now over to Tibor Navracic. Do you think that in the next 5 years, so by 2026, the European Union will have enlarged? 1 minute.
1 minute.
Igen, én úgy gondolom, hogy Szerbiát és Montenegrót mindenképpen fel kell venni 5 éven belül, az elkövetkező 5 éven belül, de ez Hollandián és Franciaországon keresztül vezet. Tehát Hollandiát és Franciaországot kell meggyőzni, de Szerbiát és Montenegrót fel kell venni 5 éven belül.
This will be up to France and up to the Netherlands. But I think they need to become a part of the European Union in the next 5 years. And now over to Ivan Brajovic from Montenegro. Do you think that Europe will be enlarged in the next 5 years? Montenegro or some other country?
I really think what is European Union must stay open. Like now, for 2 years, for 5 years, for 10 years, for 20 years. Really, I think what is Montenegro will be first next new member European Union. Until a year ago, before last year's parliamentary elections, I was optimist and believed that Montenegro could become a member of the EU by 2025. Now, really, I'm not optimist like last year, but 2027, 2028, for sure. First Montenegro, I hope next Serbia and next all Western Balkan.
Yes, thank you. Now, pan Benoni Aurelian, identyczne pytanie. 5 lat.
Thank you so much. I think we have to be optimistic. That's the first thing we have to do, and we have to help those countries speed up the process. And I think it's our duty to help them. It's our duty to encourage them. It's our duty to keep up the enthusiasm of the people in those countries. And what's important in doing so, I think, is to solve very quickly our internal problems and our internal deficiencies. And I think those few things that they have to do will then be easier, and to get to the community IQ, which is very important, and to help them to raise up new leaders that are pro-European and they want to integrate their countries into EU as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. No i dochodzi do ostatniego rozmówcy, ostatniego pytania, ale ciągle takiego samego.
The same question to you, over to Aleksander Milinkiewicz.
Białoruś, nie reprezentujący tu Białorusi jako państwa,
you are not representing Belarus as a country here, but you represent
nie będąca w procesie akcesji, jak
Belarusian society.
Jest niewiarygodnie.
Belarus is not yet in the accession process, but Belarus is very interested in further possible enlargements. So 2 minutes, especially for Belarus. I am a staunch pro-European. But I didn't expect such a question from you, because it's a very bold question. I would say that we should ask ourselves this question. Belarus is a dictatorship, but every diplomat says that if there was a competition for the next candidate, then Belarus could definitely be a candidate because of our infrastructure, our strong IT system, people who are really well educated. We have the right people who have been educated in Poland who could implement reforms in Belarus. But I wanted to say something different. So for us, Belarusians, for it to be realistic, we need support and far beyond the economy and funding. We need our identity, our culture, tradition, education to be supported. So from now on, we need to invest in it. Jan Malicki has been dealing with the topic for 15 years, and I think that all of those countries that have an ambition to join the EU need to work on their identity and culture. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to comment on the first round of questions, but let me comment on the second one. We have heard many different answers. Our panelists have different views and different attitudes. I agree that this is a very bold question. Will Europe enlarge in 5 years? But drawing on the first round of questions, you could see that in the topic we have shown that in Carpathians, here during our conference, we have different views on Europe. We perceive Europe as something bigger than the European Union. So we don't stick to geographical borders. In our view, Europe is more about culture, dream, attitudes, heritage. So Europe is not defined solely by the borders of the European Union. And speaking to what Aleksander Minkiewicz said, thank you very much for your participation in the panel. It has taken 53 minutes to host it. And we have lost only the opening video, and I didn't have time to express myself, but you always have to sacrifice something if you want to achieve your goal. That's the way it goes. And now I'd like to present you with our souvenir diplomas.
I zaczynamy kolejny panel. Europejski Sojusz
Let us start
Konserwatystów.
the
Wspólna
next
deklaracja.
panel.
Do tej pory nasi paneliści
Joint
zajmowali się
European
głównie Europą
Conservative
Środkową,
Alliance
czyli
Joint
także na
Declaration.
wschód.
Our
Teraz
panelists
spojrzymy,
so far have been discussing the matters relevant to the Central and Eastern Europe, and now let's have a look at the West as well. During the previous panels, we heard that the European Union that was joined by Central European countries back in 2004 was different from today, and it's also different from the one imagined by leftist and liberal forces in the future. And this gives a headache to the European politicians, those who wouldn't like to see such a turn of events in our continent. Does a fragmented right will become a thing of the past in the European Parliament? That's probably one of the questions that is going to be asked, and I expect to have very interesting answers. So what's the future of the right in the European Parliament? And Professor Zdzisław Krasnodębski, who's a member of the European Parliament, is going to host this debate. Over to you, Professor Krasnodębski. So in Europe nowadays we have radical leftist trends. So if we want to stop those new trends, we need to have an alliance of truly right-wing, conservative and patriotic forces. We need to talk to understand one another better, and this is why we have decided to have this panel. Thank you very much. I don't want to drag on with my introductions, as we have really outstanding guests. So the situation in the European Union right now is quite complicated. Those right-wing traditional forces are weak, and radical ideas are winning over when it comes to the climate policy, when it comes to the industrial policy, when it comes to ethical questions that we discuss with a lot of energy within the European Parliament. In which direction is the European Union going? Will it become a federal state? Will it remain a union of nation-states? I think that this is going to divide our political scene in Europe, that issue. I'm not sure whether you have read the joint declaration, or declaration that we managed to create as a joint declaration of different European parties. This is the first step and a vital step. I think that after this offensive of liberal and left-wing forces, we need to be prepared. I think that very often we are manipulated by the left-wing forces. Very often we hear that we can't unite with Assemblée Nationale because they are too pro-Russian, or we cannot unite with other conservative parties because they are anti-European. And I'm deeply convinced that through dialogue we will manage to find the common ground. And I hope we will manage to find a common discourse and a common strategy. And I'm thinking also about the next elections to the European Parliament. and we should win those elections, or at least face bravely and our opponents and stop those radical tendencies. And now I will give the floor to our panelists, outstanding politicians, analysts, right-wing, conservative, patriotic politicians. I don't know how to label them, but overall they are towards the right of a political scene. So we have Nicolas Bay from the European Parliament. He's a member of the European Parliament from France. So how do you see our chances of meeting halfway, of finding common ground, of building a common alliance? We, conservatives, appreciate the fact that we have different histories, we have our differences, and we are really grounded in our respective national cultures. So we really appreciate it in a way. So in this context, how do you see our chances of finding a common ground? Thank you very much for this introduction and presentation. I'm very happy to be here with you as a member of this panel. Like you said, all patriots in Europe, and I think that I really like this definition. I think that patriots meet, they discuss things, they try to be together. As those who are against us, they are good at cooperating. Those who want to destroy the Christian foundation of Europe. Of course, we as conservatives are very close to our local cultures, national cultures, but we are both against authoritarian power of Brussels and against further federalization. Of course, our history has been difficult and complicated. At the same time, we have a lot in common. We share the same understanding of our values, Christianity, Greek philosophy. This is what binds us together in Europe. And apart from protecting our cultural heritage, we have other shared challenges that we have to meet. Whether we want it or not, we will face the migratory pressure in Europe. Whether we want it or not, we have a demographic crisis. Additionally, more and more industry goes abroad, and then we have this LGBTQ dictatorship. So I think that when it comes to fundamental matters that will impact the future of our countries and of our families, we can find a common answer and we can act together. You mentioned this joint declaration of 15 political parties in Europe, and I think that it gives us a sound foundation for future cooperation. We are all Europeans. We want European nations to grow, and we want them to have an influence. And then we'll need common actions. So we were very hopeful about the European Union, and here in Central Europe, I can say that the great peoples, that the great nations of Central Europe had a lot of hope when it comes to the European project. And now there is a lot of disenchantment, disillusionment. It turns out that the politicians from Brussels would like to tell Hungarians and Poles what to do, and it should be the other way around. They should respect the decisions and actions of national governments that were legally elected. So I think that this joint declaration might be the first step towards a further, closer cooperation. And I hope that we will be able to name our similarities and differences. And I hope we'll be able to act on our shared priorities.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, we should meet, and it is important that our societies should meet the political manifestos of the parties that we would like to work together in Europe. Often we learn about the developments in Spain, not from our colleagues from Vox, but from the press. And press often are dominated by left-wing liberals, so this picture may be distorted from time to time. So I hope that we will overcome the news monopoly. I would like to ask Jan Figel, our colleague from Slovakia. Let's change geography, if you like. Can I ask you about something? We had a previous panel about Angela Merkel and her legacy, and there was a representative of the Czech Republic, the former foreign minister, and I noticed, and he is a Christian Democrat, and I noticed that it was obvious for him that Europe should be more federalist, that it should move towards more competences endowed with European institutions, and leadership in Europe he thought was German. Christian Democrat, but it should be, this or its successor. Now, can I ask you something? There's sometimes the impression that here in Central Europe, our conservative, our way of construing the right-wing concept goes back to earlier references, Thatcher and Reagan. Ronald Reagan. So the economic conservatism, and on the other hand, it comes from tradition. What do you think? I mean, are we going to be able to create independence? Can we challenge the centrist Conservative Party that still believes it has the monopoly for some of the issues that we would like to reformulate or redefine in European politics? So let me ask you about Slovakia. Are we going to find partners in Slovakia to get into this project? Hello, everyone, and Professor Krasnodębski, thank you very much for your words. I'm from the other side of the Carpathians.
If I may continue in English for the clarity of the words. We have a problem when the words change their meaning. It was Confucius in ancient China who said, when the words lose their meaning, our freedom is under threat. And this is the reality in our countries, in Europe, which means we need to understand each other, otherwise we are lost. It will be a Babel tower if we don't understand each other. It doesn't mean one language. There may be many dialects, many languages. Conservatism, liberalism, it's not easy to define, Conservative Party in United Kingdom is totally different from the party I was young, or you mentioned Margaret Thatcher. Okay, I am not commentator here. I was leader of Christian Democrats, and I think this is important, that we have clear understanding of our culture, our roots, our identity, what it means. Robert Schuman and Konrad Adenauer, Alcide de Gasperi, they were Christian Democrats, and they were good patriots of their countries. They were not traitors, although l'Humanité treated, the communists in France treated Schuman as traitor. He was not a traitor. He was visionary. And their dream was Europe as a mosaic, one mosaic, not Eastern and Western, but one mosaic, with many different and important pieces, French, German, Slovak, Polish. And this is something very precious, because it speaks about unity in diversity. Unity in uniformity is a Bolshevism, is totalitarianism. Unità me non uniformità in Italian. So where is the source of unity? I think that there are important answers for unity, for real unity, not quasi. And now we are tested with different crises, financial or political or even medical, whether we mean it or it's a talking shop. I made sort of 3 points for my contribution here in Carpathians, which are missing. I think I was commissioner in Brussels during Barroso I. I was chief negotiator on accession of Slovakia to the Union, working then also in our government, in parliament, first EU special envoy on religious freedom. So my experience, there are many good things in European Union currently. That's why we have it, why we are in, but we need to improve it or reform it, which is usual homework of each generation. I cannot build a good house for my son, but my son, when he is adult, independent, will construct his house, learning from the father or forefathers, and building house for the late 21st century or mid-21st century, or for his time. We need to adapt Europe to our times. And when I read, for example, Charter of Fundamental Rights or founding treaties, there is quote or there is recital of European values. You know them? There are 4. It's dignity, human dignity, freedom, equality, and solidarity. I agree, we agree, but I think, and I am more and more sure, that, for example, the value of justice is missing. Strong Europe, in my mind, is a just Europe, righteous Europe, which is fair towards the neighbors, towards the globe, which is not organizing unreasonable missions or invasions, but working on justice for all, for people in Middle East, for people in Africa. Justice is the first priority of politics, any politics, global, local, regional. Justice is missing. Second point, which I subscribe to, and your declaration is quoting as well, is subsidiarity. Subsidiarity is second name for freedom, other name for freedom, because we are free as citizens, as human beings, and then we transpose our freedom to a local or regional or national government. This is democracy. But subsidiarity needs to be preserved, protected as a principle, not as something, sometime, somewhere, as a constructional definition principle for future of Europe. And the third point I wanted to say here, because By profession, I'm engineer, and now I'm also in the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. European Union after Second World War was a political innovation. It was something unprecedented, very new, but very important for reconciliation, for peace in Europe, for future of Europe in full sense. And it works, but it needs to be improved, adapted. But any adaptation, any reform must deliver what I said at the beginning, a mosaic. European Union not as a super state, no, but as well-organized community of people and member states, or people and nations, which effectively serves to the needs of these people and states. If this is our objective, if this is our vision, I think we will find the ways and the means how to adapt it. If this vision is lost, then we have a problem. And in that sense, I think we need also Christian Democrats, not only to remember and quote Adenauer or some other people or Schumann, but to be their heirs, their sons and daughters. And I would like to contribute in this direction. Thank you. Dzięki bardzo.
Dziękuję bardzo. No, mogę tylko odpowiedzieć na to, że rzeczywiście być może się mylę.
Indeed, I may be wrong. And we observe that Christian Democrats are in deep identity crisis in Ukraine. That's what we hear. And this is one reason for us to start thinking about other ways of working in Europe. You raised a very important issue of justice. There are more funds available now with the word just in their names, Just Transition Fund, to name one. But I suppose there's a growing sense of awareness that justice is missing, and there's something else that is missing that was present in the Coles generation, and that is respect. I ask Jorge Bujada from Vox, chief member of our group, what do you believe are the chances and opportunities for the right wing? Now, I'd be extremely happy if we could work with the right wing of the current EPP, if possible. Now, what do you see the opportunities for collaborations are? And secondly, when we speak of deficit of justice and respect in Europe, am I right, or is it just me being Polish and exaggerating a lot?
Profesor, hablaré en español. La verdad es que, y algunos que hemos estado en la redacción, en la negociación de esta declaración conjunta, sabemos de la dificultad de haber llegado ahí y de la importancia de haber.
We have contributed to the drafting of this document, and we understand the weight and importance of this document.
Lo mejor es que pone de manifiesto que hay muchos partidos en Europa que han detectado el problema.
Most importantly is that most parties in Europe understood that we have a problem.
Que cuando se firma el Tratado de Roma, en Roma,
when the Treaty of Rome was signed, and it wasn't signed in Rome by accident, who would have thought that abortion was allowed in the country and across Europe? Who would have thought that ideologically charged activists would read our schools. Who would have thought that the migration policy, and who would have thought that the criteria that can be used in the Netherlands and Belgium can be used in Greece, Spain, and Italy, where 35 to 40,000 new immigrants arrive in the countries every month. Who would have thought that environmental policies in all member states would be defined by Greta Thunberg and Agenda 2030, which is implemented by bureaucracy and Brussels elites. Nobody thought that possible at that time, I suppose, but here we are. We are now at a time and at a point where we defend the right for life, and we defend the right for control in the way our children are educated, and we want control over the protection of our landscapes, and of course the landscape of the Carpathians is different than the landscape of Andalus. Now, we are thrown out of Europe with a label of being anti-European. Now, this declaration, what it does, it emphasizes the need for frontal confrontation. I mean, direct confrontation. Elites in Europe are in crisis. The migration in 2015, the permanent economic crisis, Brexit. And instead of asking Europeans for forgiveness, elites are organizing conferences about the future of Europe, where they talk about reducing individual freedoms with more freedom to be assigned to Brussels. So I suppose the declaration of 14 or 15 parties, different, strongly different from one another, and with different backgrounds. Vox is a very young party. We're still learning from our colleagues from Law and Justice and other parties. Now, this is an extremely important document. And there's one more strength of that document. The 3 pages define what we are all united by: the defense of family, the defense of the impacts, the defense of demographic growth in Europe. Christian democracy requires us to be, requires that we choose one of the alternatives, and we're meeting a day after we learned that Hungary would not be able to use the restoration fund, the recovery fund, sorry. Now, we have formed a group, and perhaps we should strengthen the group, and we should make sure that there are more and more parties that will join the declaration. And how are we going to act in Brussels? Well, it's politics. We will do whatever makes more sense and is most effective to achieve our goals in each case. Now, there are those who are dreaming about creating one big group. Well, that's an option, but in the European Parliament, there's the radical right. There are liberals who are right-wing. There are Greens, right-wing. There's classic right-wing. There is the People's Party that is sometimes painting itself left-wing, with left-wing colors. So there are more groups, and sometimes we think that there are more than there really are. And what Nicholas said, we should have a shared sense of working together, voting together, and doing things together, acting together. We should get to know each other well. As a deputy chair of Vox, I should learn more about the issues in Hungary, Italy, Poland, Romania, etc., in all European countries, because I need to be aware of the fact that a hit against a party in one of those countries will be will contribute to my failure. My colleagues in other countries have no clue about what's going on in Spain. European socialists understand the developments in Spain, and they will defend Spanish socialists. Now, when it comes to the judicial reform in Poland and the censorship around Poland because of its reform, how come Spain has a very similar system? Brussels says nothing about it. For me, I'm a Spanish patriot, and Spain is absolutely number one for me, but I also understand that our common shared space is very important. Thank you. I see that there's very little criticism about the content of the declaration. I suppose many people with moderate views would be inclined to sign this declaration. Now, we have left it open on purpose for all political parties, all political factions who would like to subscribe and join us, and who, for all those who, like us, see similar threats. In its spirit, it's a highly pro-European declaration. Now, let me move back to Central and Eastern Europe, to a very important country, a large European country, which is gaining in importance every year, and I mean Romania. And we have George Simon, a member of the Chamber of Deputies, Romania. I would like to ask you about the opportunities for us to find allies for this concept, or supporters of this concept in Romania. Are we going to find allies for the Alliance for Freedom in Europe?
Thank you, Professor Krabnopselski. It's an honor for me to be here, and it's an honor for our young party to join the declaration of the conservatives and the patriots in Europe. It's time for unifying our forces, and after many years, it's time that in Romania a conservative party, a patriotic party appeared. That is why we entered the parliament last year, Romanian parliament, to defend our common values, which are the Christian faith, which are the nation, the family, and the freedom. Before entering our Congress room, I discovered a book, Living Torches, about anti-communist protests, about people who gave their life to fight communism and this Marxist plague. Richard Siviec, Jan Palach, Sándor Bauer, Jan Zajic, Marton Moises, all of them fought for freedom. Marton Moises was an ethnic Hungarian living in Romania, a Romanian citizen, who burned himself in Brașov city in Romania for freedom. Now, after 60, 70 years from their protest and from their extreme form of fighting communism, we found ourselves again fighting neo-Marxism, and again fighting Bolshevism and this idea that we should be all the same. I'm only 34 years old, and my generation's hope for a commune Europe is not what is happening now in Brussels. We hoped for a Europe of freedom and a Europe of prosperity and a Europe of diversity. We shouldn't be obliged to give up our sovereignty, and that is why our party joined the declaration, and that is why our party in Romania is growing each day. Now the polls show us at 50, maybe 20% of the Romanian votes, and that is why we think we should be all together, all conservatives, all patriots. In Romania, since 2000, when the Christian Democrats fell out of parliament, we didn't have any conservative party. And in Romania right now, from our initiative, we have a vote for no confidence vote for the government. Probably the government will leave. And the media you mentioned earlier, the liberal media, the left media, is saying it's not possible that the government will fail because an extremist party initiated this motion. Why are we extremists? They say we are everything from pro-Russian to neo-Nazi. This is all fake news because they don't want a party like ours, like yours, to exist in Romanian political scene, in European political scene. For example, we cannot be pro-Russian. We, as a Romanian, historically speaking, we cannot be pro-Russian because Russia did, through the USSR and through the actual Russian Federation, lots of harm to Romanian people. And Poland also was affected because Poland, after the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, couldn't have its own state. So maybe us as a Romanian understand better why we can never be pro-Russian. And I think if all parties, all patriotic parties get to know each other through this kind of events, we would develop a sense of confidence between us and not reading all the fake news in the liberal media. That is why I am very glad we are participating here, and I am also very glad because everybody says that the West of Europe is lost. From our point of view, from our values, from the values of family, of defending the nations, of defending the Christian faith and freedom. But I am here with people from Vox in Spain, Fratelli d'Italia, Italy, and Assemblée Nationale from France. This gives me hope for a commune Europe that is what my father and mother fought for, a Europe that is a house for every nation and a Europe that is fighting for freedom like before the anti-communist partisans. Thanks a lot.
Tak, dziękuję bardzo, ja bym powiedział tak,
I
w gruncie
would
rzeczy
say
nie
the
chodzi o to,
following.
czy jesteśmy
It's
prorosyjscy,
not
czy
about being
antyrosyjscy.
pro-Russian
Byśmy
or
chcieli,
anti-Russian.
po tej całej tragicznej historii, byśmy
After
chcieli
all
mieć
that tragic
sąsiada
history,
europejską Rosję,
we would like to have a solid European democratic
która
Russia as a
wyznaje te same
neighbor.
wartości,
We would like to have the kind of Russia that shares our values. We all love Russian music, Tchaikovsky. We love Tolstoy and Dostoevsky, Russian literature. So it's not really about being pro-Russian or anti-Russian, but we need to be critical about what's happening in Russia. We need to be critical about the Russian regime. And there is a difference between Russian people in society and the Russian regime. Of course, it's difficult to perceive them in abstraction, as the governments are formed in a way by society. I'd say that those who want to pay Putin for his gas, these are people who are much more pro-Russian. So, for example, Gerhard Schroeder, who wants to pay for the Russian gas. But I don't want to go further in this topic because it would merit a separate meeting. But you said one more important thing. We need a multipolar union. Now it's so trendy to talk about leadership. Everybody should be looking in one direction. I wouldn't agree. I think that we need a strong France in Europe. Very often I don't understand French politics. I think that it's very much about rhetoric when it comes to strong France. Italy is also very important for us, a very important partner. And now I would like to address our panelist from Italy. The left has understood that political fights are won before the election. They are won before any kind of political debate. Political fights have to be won on the level of ideas. That's why we need intellectuals who would support other ways of thinking. We need intellectuals to support conservative values. That's why I'm very happy to welcome Francesco Giubilei, representing a think tank from Italy, Fondazione Tattarella, and I would like to tell us about the Italian perspective.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here, and thank you and congratulations for organizing this amazing conference. It's really important to share some ideas and values with some very important speaker as today. When we talk about conservatism, we have to talk about not only one conservatism. There is an important Italian writer. His name is Giuseppe Prezzolini. And Prezzolini wrote an important book. The title of this book is Manifesto of Conservative People. And Prezzolini explained when we talk about conservatism, we have to talk about many different conservative ideas. And when we talk about conservatism, first of all, we have to talk about a European conservatism. And in the other hand, we have to talk about an American conservatism. There are many differences from an American conservatism and a European conservatism. And when we talk about a European conservatism, of course, we have to talk about some different conservative ideas that grow up in every country. There is, for example, a Latin conservatism that shares the ideas of the Italians, of the Spanish, of the French, also of the Romanian people. But there is also, for example, a conservatism from Germany or a conservatism from the Center Europe, so a conservatism from Poland or from Hungary. I lived for 3 months in Hungary, and what I understand from Hungary, but the same is from Poland and all the region from the Visegrad group, is that sometimes as Western European people, we don't really understand what is happening in the Central Europe. We don't really understand what is happening in the Eastern Europe. And when we talk about a unify of conservative ideas, I think that the first important thing is to respect every country and to respect every government elected by in a democratic way by the people. So sometimes when, for example, the Polish government or the Hungarian government or also the government from other Central European country decided to approve a law in their parliament, we have to respect what they decide to approve because this is the democracy. And of course, there are many differences from every European country and every European conservative values. But in the same time, there are many points in common. You mentioned before the Treaty of Rome. And the idea of the Treaty of Rome was made by Schuman, Adenauer, but was made also by De Gasperi, a very important Italian politician. And Schuman, Adenauer, and De Gasperi were three Christian politicians. And they understand how was important the Christian roots for our Europe. But unfortunately, after the Treaty of Rome, arrived two other treaties, the Treaty of Lisbon, and before the Treaty of Lisbon, the Treaty of Maastricht. And the Treaty of Lisbon and the Treaty of Maastricht are two treaties based not on cultural values, but based on economic values. And this is maybe the problem of this European Union, that is only based on economic values and not on cultural values. And in the future, we have two opportunities. On one side, we have the United States of Europe, so a Europe more centralized, more Brussels-based. And on the other side, we have the Europe of nations, the Europe of people. And I think that we have to underline the importance of the Europe of people. I want to very briefly to underline 5 points that, in my opinion, the conservative and this declaration signed today is quite important to go in this direction. So I want to tell you 5 points that, in my opinion, the conservative has to follow. First of all, it's important to talk about in a different way the migrants problem. When some illegal migrants arrive in Lampedusa or when some migrants enter in Europe from the Balkan routes or enter in Ceuta and Melilla in Spain, they are not entering only in Italy or in Spain or in Hungary or in Poland, but they're entering inside the European Union. So it's not only a problem of one country, it's a problem of everyone. The second point is the importance of our Christian roots. I think that Europe must help the Christian persecuted all over the world. Sometimes we forget the Christian people and we forget the Christian people that are suffering in some part of the world. The third point is the birth rate. We never talk about the family policy or the birth rate, but we have a very, very strong problem in every country all over Europe about the birth rate. Another important point is the environment policy. I think that we have to talk about environment from a conservative perspective. Roger Scruton wrote a wonderful book. The title of this book was Green Conservatism, and he explained how it's important to talk about the environment problem from a conservative perspective, starting from the local before then the global. And the fifth point is talking about the Mediterranean area. And to finish and to answer your question, I think that our country, Italy, can play a very important role in the future of Europe. We are the third economy inside the European Union. We are one of the founders of the European Union, and we are still a conservative country. We are a Western European country, of course, but in the same time, historically, from our perspective, we are in the middle of the Mediterranean area, and we are between the Western Europe and the Eastern Europe. And I think we can really play an important role in the future, especially in the Mediterranean area, especially in the Balkan area, especially in the North Africa. When you talk a lot about Russia, but we have also to talk about China. We have to talk about the danger of China that is entering in our economy. We have to talk about sometimes the problem of Turkey that is entering in Libya, for example, or the problem of Turkey that is entering in countries like Serbia or Montenegro or Albania, that were countries linked to the Europe. So in the future, I think that Italy can really play an important role, but it's important that what we are going to do is to create, not only from a political perspective, but also from a cultural perspective, a strong alliance, because how Gramsci explained in his book, when we talk about the concept of the cultural hegemony, the left sometimes is better than us in having media, in having foundation, in having think tanks, publishing house. We have to underline how it's important not only a political fight, but also a cultural fight. And so conferences like today are very important, not only from a political perspective, but also from a cultural perspective. So thank you again, it was a great pleasure.
Tak, thank you very much. Ja muszę dodać, że jeżeli się bliżej poznamy, to myślę, że nasi przyjaciele
If we get to know one another better,
we Włoszech, we Francji,
then we'll see that our
przypomną sobie
friends
niektóre
in
zapomniane
France,
rzeczy,
in
no, na
Italy,
przykład,
might
jeżeli
remember
chodzi,
some of the things
że
they have
polska tradycja
forgotten.
polityczna to jest
For example,
tradycja włoska
Polish
przeniesiona do Polski.
political tradition is actually Italian tradition that was implanted in Poland. It's the tradition of the Italian Republic that was implanted to Poland. We had Bona Sforza as the Queen of Poland during our heyday. And then in our national anthem we mention Napoleon Bonaparte. So these are those close links that show us that Europe has always been a whole. It has always been like this very complex, intertwined network, even in the 19th century. You mentioned Roger Scruton. He was my friend back in the 80s. I had two very good friends, Timothy Garton Ash and Roger Scruton, both Englishmen. They both got very much interested in Central Europe. They understood that what was happening here would decide the future of Europe. Timothy Garton Ash is now a professor in Oxford. Now his position is different, it has changed. And Scruton came here. He was very much criticized by his left-wing colleagues for spreading conservatism, but he used to say that he was a real European because he understood the Czechs and the Poles. Luckily, at present we also have intellectuals who move from the West to Poland, for example, who want to play this very important role. And I would say that right now it's much easier at present to have an intellectual influence. So, an intellectual figure, a thinker who tries to build bridges, intellectual bridges, is David Engels, a conservative historian who has been living in Poland for some time. So I would ask you to assess from your point of view whether we actually need that kind of alliance and what are the chances of building such a cooperation.
Yes, thank you very much for the kind invitation. I'm really happy to be once again here at Carpathians, also at the conference on 30 years of Europe, of the Carpathians. And to respond immediately to the question, yes, of course, we need a common European conservative front in order to address the numerous challenges which have all been mentioned here during this panel. And it is very clear that all conservatives, as they find themselves in the common declaration, also have very common and similar positions, be it on the European technocracy, be it on LGBTQ ideology, be it on the risk of Islamization, be it also concerning the love for our own tradition, for our own Western civilization, and of course also our attitude towards the family. So myself as a Belgian, as a convinced European, I'm really happy that at last there is this first sketch of a common European conservative group against all these numerous threats. But this should not somehow hinder us from seeing also quite a number of differences that still exist between our different European conservative parties and which will need to be addressed also during the next years, and urgently addressed also because, as you all know, we are living really in an extreme state of urgency, of menace, of seeing our Europe as we all love it destroyed from the within and the without. So there are a couple of different issues I would just like to mention very quickly, but just to show that we need to consider this common declaration not as an ending point, but rather as a starting point and as a first step on a long way, which we will have also to cross very quickly. So one of the first point, of course, is the necessity of what is the moral basis on which such a future Europe, as we all want it, needs to be constructed. Is it based on the tradition of republican secularism on the one hand, or rather of Christian tradition on the other hand? And I think that, for example, many positions of the French Rassemblement National on the one hand and perhaps of the Polish peace are quite different to that extent. So we would really need to find a common solution. And I think one common solution is certainly the fact that we remember that many of the problematic values of today's secularism have been designated, for example, by Chesterton as Christian values gone wild. So I think there is a possibility of founding again a common Europe on Christian values without renouncing certain ideas of republicanism or of the Enlightenment. Another point which has already been alluded to, and so I can be quite quickly, is of course foreign policy. Do we want our common Europe to be rather focused on the Atlantic, or rather focused on an Eastern alliance with Russia, perhaps even with Eurasia, as some people seem to want it? So I think that is also a very different debate. That is not just a foreign policy debate, but also a debate about what is the real soul of our common European civilization. And I think that the solution also lies in this, because this conflict between the West and the East lies in our common identity, and we need to solve this first, and to solve it by thinking about what must have absolute priority, that is the interests of Europe as an autonomous civilization state that is free to ally with everyone, but that has to absolutely to defend its own strategic, material, cultural ideals. Once we solve this conflict within our own description of identity, then of course we can go out. But we must absolutely avoid to become satellites either of be it US, be it China, be it Russia, be it the Muslim world, whatever. Another point, of course, is Islam. I think we all see the threat of Islam, but the problem is, in what name do we want to fight Islam? Do we want to fight this civilization in the name of Western values, as many leftist, liberal people consider it? That is, we fight Islam in the name of LGBTQ rights. Is that the fight for Western ideology, Western identity? Or do we want to fight it in the name of our common Christian ancestral traditions? And I think this too is something that needs to be solved, even more so as I see some parties, for example in Germany, making advertisements for their own political party and saying we need to protect Western values such as Christopher Street Day against the attacks of Islam. I would say that there, in many respects, perhaps it is possible that some Muslims share certainly more ideals with conservative Christians than perhaps with many woke people from the leftist liberal side. And so I'm convinced that constructing a common traditional Christian identity and also political identity may perhaps also be a clue towards how to integrate these large masses of Muslims who are now so present and nearly dominant in France. Of course, we have also to stop migration, to try to hold it back, but we will never, I think, be able to hold it back completely, as some seem to want this. A last point, I think, is certainly the social sphere. In some milieus, conservatism is often seen as being identical with liberalism, something with which I would have certainly some problems, as liberalism is currently leading itself to absurdity under our eyes, and as also the leftists have shown how they can ally themselves very easily with ultra-liberalism, and how on the one hand a planned economy and on the other hand big tech, big data, big business go very well together. So that is why I think that this conflict also between a liberal conservative and a rather social conservative can certainly only be solved by going back to the old idea of the Christian social law, and by remembering once again about this social teaching of the church and of course ideas such as cooperativism. And then perhaps as an outlook, I think that of course we all want to fight for common united Europe from a conservative basis, but we have to distinguish of course two facets of this. We have to distinguish the interests of Western Europe and of Eastern Europe, and I think and I hope also that the eastern half of Europe can become in the next years a real bridgehead for the interests of conservatism also in the West, a bridgehead where Western conservatives can find peace, can find help, can find support, can find also ideological support in order to fight back and to go back and to bring back to some way conservatism to the West. These are just some random points on which I think the next month or years should certainly bring some form of clarification, so that this joint declaration does not remember just a pious wish somehow, but would rather also can become the basis, the starting point for an ever tighter union of conservatives, and thus also one important path towards a Europe that is neither the centralized bureaucratic Europe of Brussels, nor once again a distended, dissoluted combination of 40 small or middle nation states, but that is something in between that can be a real Europe that is home for everyone, that defends our identities to the outside, but that guarantees our identity, our tradition, our political subsidiarity towards the within. Thank you very much.
Tak, dziękuję bardzo. No, chętnie bym teraz zaczął nowy wątek i zapytał panów.
Thank you very much. I would be happy opening another thread of our discussion, asking question about the next steps, but our time is nearly up, or is actually up. So I suggest that we move the discussion to offline, outside this debate. And so unless there are questions, urgent questions, I'll stop here, but we will continue our discussion. This is not the last of our meetings. Thank you very much. And last but not least, I would like to hand in some diplomas that commemorate our meeting here at this panel. Thank you.
7 państw. 7 wyzwań. Różne kultury. Wspólne cele. Jedno miejsce. Karpaty nie wyznaczają dziś granic. Wręcz przeciwnie, łączą i budują wspólnotę. Wspólnotę polityczną, intelektualną, gospodarczą, środowiskową. Wspólnotę ludzi, którzy wyprzedzają marzenia i budują Karpaty bez granic, łącząc region karpacki z państwami bałtyckimi oraz kaukaskimi. Ale przede wszystkim Karpaty to piękno przyrody i zapierające dech krajobrazy. To przygoda, która czeka na każdego. Można ją rozpocząć na wiele sposobów. Jednym z nich jest geocaching. Geo symbolizuje ziemię, nowy teren do odkrycia. Cache to skrzynia, to zagadka i tajemnica, którą możesz odkryć. Aby rozpocząć swoją własną przygodę z tą grą terenową, wystarczy, że sięgniesz po swój telefon i założysz darmowe konto w aplikacji Geocaching. Następnie wybierz z listy skrzynkę, którą chcesz znaleźć. Skrzynka została wcześniej ukryta w danej okolicy przez innych uczestników gry. Aplikacja będzie Cię nawigowała do miejsca ukrycia skrzynki. Być może będzie to kamień w Dolinie Górskiej albo gałąź drzewa, a może czeka Cię dłuższa wyprawa i zdobywanie karpackich szczytów? Skrzynki mogą mieć różne kształty i rozmiary. Nasze skrzynki rozpoznasz po znaku symbolizującym projekt Europa Karpat. Po odnalezieniu skrzynki otwórz ją. W środku, oprócz różnych przedmiotów ukrytych w niej przez innych geocacherów, znajdziesz dziennik. Wpisz się do niego i zaznacz w swojej aplikacji odnalezienie skrzynki. Gdy skończysz, odłóż skrzynkę w miejsce, w którym była ukryta, tak aby inni gracze również mogli ją odnaleźć. Dzięki grze terenowej Geocaching odkryjesz nowe miejsca i ich historię. Zobaczysz to, o czym nie przeczytasz w przewodnikach. Za to stworzysz swój własny przewodnik odkrywcy. Włącz się do gry i szukaj skrzynek w regionie Karpat oznaczonych logo Europy Karpat.
Drodzy Państwo, zobaczyli Państwo właściwie wszystko.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have seen and hear about geocaching, a outdoor terrain game designed to engage with local communities and to help learn about the beauty and assets of the local region. Now, the video talked about the caches, the boxes. Now, here is a box, it's transparent, and it bears the logo of the Carpathians, and if you find this box in your region, reach for it, find artifacts, log in, it's worth it. Geocaching will be the topic of articles on a website, the Europe of the Carpathians, a website sponsored by the Office of the Prime Minister, and it is in Poland, and it is designed to provide a platform for countries, people from countries that are or will be in the initiative. You can log in, get registered, take part in competitions, be part of digital initiatives, hopefully that will disseminate the idea of the Europe of the Carpathians. Now, we're going to start a special panel, Digital Europe of the Carpathian Security and Economic Leap, or Why Do We Need New Technologies? So, why do we, panelists will discuss why it is impossible to talk about the security of states without taking into account digital solutions, the translation of new technologies into traditional and innovative sectors of the economy, as well as the fourth industrial revolution.
I na tym panelu w Karpaczu będziemy chcieli przedyskutować, czy jest możliwość, żeby w jakimś ograniczonym zakresie kraje tworzące Europę Karpat i chcące współpracować z tym regionem mogły posiadać jakieś formy suwerenności cyfrowej. Mogły wypracować jakieś platformy technologiczne, które będą wiodące dla regionu i sprzyjały jego rozwojowi, a nie tylko aplikować rozwiązania powstałe w Stanach Zjednoczonych w Dolinie Krzemowej. A więc regulacja, czy ma być monocentryczna, czy policentryczna, integracja, czy ma dominować odgórna, czy istotna ma być także oddolna, organiczna, i standaryzacja. Czy standardy mamy przyjmować biernie, standardy technologiczne, na przykład internetu rzeczy, czy możemy jako grupa krajów wybierać te standardy, które do naszych wyzwań rozwojowych będą lepiej dopasowane?
Actually, this recording has made me mad a bit. It seems that the organizers think that if you're not recorded, if you're not digitalized, you don't exist. But I have convinced everybody that not only these guys here, that also the Professor Alexandra truly exists beyond the digital realm. In a few minutes, maybe in some 40 minutes, you will know if this will be bureaucratic exchange of statement or a sort of intellectual adventure. But before you can know this, I would like to request any panelist to briefly present herself or himself, offering one's positive and negative features. Alexandra, could you initiate the self-presentation?
But I should present positive and negative features of what? Of myself? Or
of your position in the changing, as a women changing world.
Okay, I still am not sure what is it that you're truly referring to, but nonetheless, a very warm welcome, everyone, and obviously particularly warm to my co-panelist, the moderator, and thank you so much for the invitation. I am the Vice Rector of Kosminski University in Warsaw, Poland, a specialist in artificial intelligence, particularly natural language processing. This is a technology I've been working with, but also looking closely at for quite a while. I think it bears many different promises of benefits for the society at large and society as a whole, but also obviously there are many challenges, including geopolitical challenges related to further implementation of this technology. And this is something I'm probably, let's say, worried about. I'm not sure if this is what Professor Zybertowicz wanted in terms of advantages or disadvantages, but hopefully I got the intention right.
Now I'd like Pavel Popescu to present himself. Have you any positive features, Pavel?
Thank you very much.
What's your historical role?
What is my?
What is your role in history?
My role in history, I think, is to change the perception of certain important things in my country. And I define myself as a, I'm talking about the positive quality, as a disruptive politician in a good way. And if I would bring a negative thing into debate about me, I think I can be impulsive sometimes, but this is easy to handle if you take some practice. I'm a member of the parliament, Romanian parliament, sitting in the IT&C committee and defense committee. I'm more focused on the challenges that the world, the new world, will bring into our lives in the next few years. And it's a pleasure to be together with such great panelists here today. I admire the work that you do, specifically for every panelist, because I did my research before entering the panel. Thank you very much.
tell us about any negative feature that you have, a negative role in politics?
Well, of course. So I previously worked as a startup entrepreneur, basically. That's my professional background. So I was sort of bringing the new innovations into this world, bringing new approaches to different things. And now the negative thing, I've come from there and joined the dark side, or AKA the politics. So if you ask me how that happened, I have no idea, but I've come from startup world, so very innovative, fast-moving, into politics, which is a bit more different. Not that fast-moving, but hopefully I can bring some of that startup mentality into political decision-making, into innovations, and into changing the way how we perceive also politics in general.
Vadim Melnik, what about you?
Ja bym tylko dodał, że wejście do polityki to jest kwestia
that
dojrzałości.
joining politics is about being mature. After turning 40, I may consider moving into politics. But speaking of what I do today, both in terms of advantages and disadvantages, I should like to say the following. What Drone Hub is doing is very innovative, relevant, and helpful to people. On the one hand, I see there's a great risk and danger associated with what we create as technology companies. I'm not sure whether we're going in the right direction. Does it make sense? That's the sort of questions I ask myself.
You will have clear position in this respect. Sure.
We'll see.
Robert Gontarz, Polish politician of a younger generation. Do older politicians allow you to spread your wings?
Oczywiście, że pomagają. Wbrew pozorom, naprawdę trafiłem do takiego miejsca, w którym mogę
Yes, they are. In fact, I landed in a place where I can develop. I am always delighted when I'm sent to talk to the media, to the press, when I can speak on behalf of my party. I'm the youngest Polish MP. I'm 28. I saw that those young people, young and promising people in their 40s, do go out and meet with the press. Some different. I wasn't expecting to speak about the pros and cons of myself, or each and every one of us. I thought we would be talking about organization, but speaking of digitization, I would like to say that recently I spoke to a friend of mine, and I realized that for the next year, if I spent every day studying digitization, I would never catch up with that friend of mine, meaning politicians cannot catch up with the private sector technology. Sometimes we want to have an upper hand, and we
jump
in debates,
the
so we should be
idea of
wary.
Europe of Carpathians. And I would like to frame this project, Europe of Carpathians, in 3 levels. First level is the general pattern of regulation of the European Union. And my position, I would like to hear your position, starting with Alexandra. My position is that the model of governance of European Union is very much too monocentric, that we need a more polycentric, dialogical model of development, and more initiatives, regional initiatives like Europe of Carpathians should flourish within Europe without waiting for okay from Brussels. But maybe I'm not right. Alexandra, could you present your position in this respect? We can't hear you at the moment. Is your mic on?
Yes, I think it's on right now. I think you can hear me at this point, right? Is it working?
It's okay. It's okay now.
Okay, perfect. So I started off with saying that I'm not an expert in governance per se, but rather a person who looks very carefully at technologies. But indeed, I think what you bring to the attention of all panelists here is relevant also in terms of, let's say, certain technological acceleration or technological growth. You may call it different ways, and perhaps acceleration is not always the best possible term. So, but I think we have to distinguish two things here. I do think that we have a lot of plurality within the member states of the European Union. I am aware that I may be a minority here in this panel who states that. And I think obviously we hopefully have certain shared foundations regarding values, regarding democracy, the rule of law, etc. But nonetheless, we do have a lot of pluralism. So I do not think that there is a monocentrism within Europe. But having that said, I would perhaps look more carefully at technological development. I was a bit surprised actually to see that there is so little unified effort, or at least to some extent there was a very little unified effort regarding generally self-positioning of Europe in the technological race using the plurality that we have here. I think we will be talking about geopolitics probably, and this relationship between, let's say, giants, technological giants such as China, the US, and Europe that is in fact closing this peloton and could play a very interesting role somewhere in the middle between these two powers, and could use its internal pluralism and let's say allow for various initiatives to grow so that this technological landscape can be stronger and more varied. So I was a bit surprised, I have to say, to see that, for instance, many member states decided to build their own strategies or policies regarding the development of artificial intelligence. And there was very little unified effort to actually say, okay, out of 20-something strategies, what comes out? Do we have any regions or specializations of any kind? Can we say at this point that we can build clusters or specializations in this field that will make us stronger by making regions stronger? I'd say that perhaps this was an effort that was somewhat lacking, and I didn't fully understand why we have national policies regarding artificial intelligence, only taking into account that in fact, our countries are quite small and could compete against China or the US only if they are unified in their pluralism. So this is something I guess I could, to some extent, agree on, that we need more regional initiative. But by regional, I do not mean national. I actually mean hubs of competences that could work together.
We don't have, you made your point. It's an interesting position, and I would like Reinis to be first to comment on this, but I would add an extra question inspired by Alexandra, that if we perceive the digital development on European Union in general, vis-a-vis the Silicon Valley or the Shenzhen region in China, is it possible that less monocentric Europe would be more vibrant in say, innovation in artificial intelligence? What would be your position, Reinis?
Well, I would agree with Alexandra in a way that basically innovations can be born everywhere. So I strongly believe that any country in the region, Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, somebody else can come up with big innovations in terms of technical innovations that can really change the landscape, that can be a driving technology in the world. In the same time, when you look from the regulation perspective, That is the perspective on the technological front where we should be more united. As mentioned, the artificial intelligence regulation, that is something that should be commonly understood among all the EU member states in order to facilitate the growth and the potential of artificial intelligence technologies and innovations and funds available for that. But from the other side, there still needs to be a common regulation to understand what we should not allow to do with this technology. Because you have heard there are different factors, there are good ones and not so good ones possibly that could develop from artificial intelligence.
Vadim, remember that it's not obligatory here you to agree with anybody else.
Unia Europejska, słuchaj mnie? Unia Europejska to jest bardzo skomplikowany byt i ja myśląc o takich rzeczach staram się odnosić się do koncepcji, które ja rozumiem.
I try to make it as simple as possible for me to understand. So let's have an average enterprise. If you talk about a monocentrical union, in the world of business, you call it micromanagement. And this leads to a collapse of an organization. And in many organizations, I can see that bottom-up innovation can solve real problems. Because CEOs, from their perspective, very often don't see real problems. Those people from the C-level might feel that they are solving a problem which is not real. So what the European Union should do is to show the direction, like a good CEO. And here let me refer to what's the situation like in the United States. In my industry, in the train industry, for example, in January this year, we have had the Unified EU Sky regulation that unifies the rules for flying drones all around Europe. And in the United States, every state defines their own rules. The same goes for chargers. In the European Union, we have one standard for cars. And now, if using my Tesla, if I had one, I could travel all around the European Union. In the United States, though, you have 6 different standards, because there is this unregulated
levels of regulation when monocentric attitude works, and there might be other levels which would not be that efficient if you would be regulated top-down, yes?
Definitely.
That's okay. That's a good. These were good examples, Robert. And any good examples? We had examples of cars, of drones, maybe.
Tak, będę miał przykład.
Is it possible to a robot to become a member of parliament soon?
No chyba nie chciałbym, bo gdyby robot był za dobry, to mógłby wygrywać
because I think that then a robot could beat me in the election if he was better than me. But monocentrism, from my point of view, is not a good idea. It's always connected with a lot of red tape. If you have one central organization that has to control other bodies, then red tape grows. When it comes to digitization, we really need to have a bottom-up approach. So let's see what bureaucracy can lead to. Do you remember the most popular phones? Siemens, Nokia? Are they popular anymore? No. It's Apple, it's Samsung, it's Huawei now, and those other companies went out of the market because they didn't notice the trends. They couldn't catch up with their competitors. When it comes to mobile services and digitization, these are the young people who create trends. People who are 18-year-old don't remember Samsung or Nokia. They see iPhones and they know that iPhones are trendy. So this serves as an example of where bureaucracy can lead. If you don't trust, let's say, member states, provinces, regions, then we might we might not catch some trend, we might not perceive a key pivotal moment. And that's why I believe in polycentrism. Everybody has to develop given their own context. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I think that we cannot create anything like Silicon Valley in Europe, because if it's created in one of the states, they will pay their taxes in the member state, and it's all about money. So creating one center for digitization in the European Union will not happen.
Pavel, do you agree with this? Do you agree with the idea that in Europe we have no chance to build one powerful digital valley, not necessarily of silicon nature?
For all Europe?
Yeah, for Europe.
With all due respect, I totally disagree. And I will have to agree with what Alexandra said. But I will put my personal perspective in that. I think Europe failed at this topic, particularly this topic. But before saying this, I want to make a statement. There is no future for any regional project, personal state project, without the future of European Union. This is the most valuable project that we have, and I'm not saying it as a cliché, and the most valuable project that we have to fight for. But now we have to take in consideration certain facts and realities which are very, very complicated because they bring a different mix of elements like geopolitics, financial interest, personal ego, which we all understand in our political systems. You know, it's very funny because we do not find ourselves in this kind of debates very often. Usually in politics, you are more focused to stay home and talk about internal politics, you know, internal crisis. And we lose our attention on these very important topics, like a brand new world. This world is changing, it's a fact. We need a brand new approach. It's changing at an exponential speed, and the fact is the politicians do not accept the change. They don't have the expertise to face this change, and it seems that daily they postpone to face the reality because of lack of expertise and lack of education on these topics. But Alexandra said something like USA, China, and Europe. I think we failed in Europe in creating that Silicon Valley, no matter where it was or it could be, in Warsaw, in Bucharest, in Brussels. We failed to put our economies to work, to put our human resources to bring the best out of this polycentric and multicultural approach in each of our countries. I cannot accept the idea that China, no matter the resources that they have and the number of population, can beat us so bad, us and the Americans, but especially us, when we have so much talent in Europe. One person can change the world through a, I don't know, exceptional project. Of course, we can give examples like Elon Musk or the famous people which are changing the world in Silicon Valley, but we have here in Europe people which can bring projects, put them on the table at the European Union level and implement them. So, from this perspective, I would say that European Union has to wake up as soon as possible.
Wake up and then what?
And then what? Face the reality. And the reality is this. Put your house in order. Get the best out of each country in terms of race in the technological change. Make a fast, let's say, digital Marshall Fund alliance with USA. And face the reality that China and Russia, on disinformation, hybrid war, will and are the biggest threat that we will face in this brand new world. And this is a fact. Who doesn't accept this today, it will see, he or she will see the consequences very, very soon in the near future. And I wanna bring these two metaphors.
You're running out of time.
Okay.
One metaphor would do.
No, I cannot. Either I put them in a package, either you let me give them and the next question.
Okay. I would like to propose all of us a slight shift of focus. If you're from the issue of the digital development, there is one dimension when Europe is leader, when all over the world, Europe pioneers. I mean, it's regulation. And I think that Europe should be more pushy in this demand of regulation. For obvious reasons, Chinese would not like this to be enforced. There is another standard of doing business in the United States, but the result is structurally poisoned infosphere. That infosphere which underwritten by fake news, disinformation, and so on. And I think that Europe should be more pushy in regard of regulation, but this regulation should not be abused to build levers to artificially speed up internal integration of Europe. I think when digital development is at stake, we need standards. But is it necessary that Europe employs American standards, or is it necessary that we should obey the same standards through all Europe? Pavel, you may be the first to answer this, okay? And then Alexandra.
It's perfect.
Yes, I definitely want to talk about it.
And I'm going to put my metaphors in this. I think we should adopt as much regulation from US. This is a personal perspective these days. Mostly because our top politicians are not aware of this changing world. At least that's what seems for me, that we avoid at the highest level in Europe to take the leadership on these issues. We just avoid. I don't know why. I don't know how. Why we do this, but I would like to see this changed. Why do we need to look at US? Because we speak about values and democracy. And again, don't take it as a cliche. I'm going to bring these metaphors. Take, for example, Poland or Romania or Latvia. And imagine it as a beautiful girl in a club. And a rich, tall, nice guy with a lot of money comes to her and he says, I want to dance with you. But his interest into that girl is not a serious one. He doesn't want to marry her. He just needs, that type of interaction. the girl is talented, but she doesn't have the money. The girl can be brilliant, but she doesn't have the money.
I see how you are dreaming now.
No. And what's the dangerous in Europe these days? We put ourselves in the position of this girl, and we actually get so fast funding from China, from Russia, which are big threats in our technological race. We close our eyes, we accept that deal which will cost us incredible in the near future, and we do not know to say, no, it's enough. I'm not interested in you. No matter how much money you have, no matter how attractive you are, I know your interest. You're not in a fair competition, you are stealing my value, etc.
Okay.
This is one metaphor, and let me give you fast the second one. And
Two sentences, Pavel. Actually, you've already made your point. This picture, this clubbing picture, delivers a serious argument.
I have to give you the second metaphor.
Okay, but try to be as brief as you can.
When mammals and birds, they were fighting, the bat was pretending that he's a mammal when the mammals were more powerful. The next day he was pretending that he's a bird when the birds were more powerful. So he always changed the camps until both of the camps, mammals and birds, said, this guy is not one of us. So he ended up alone, sitting in the dark in the night, because he did not choose a side. And that's what we often do. We do not choose the democratic side of US, which I totally believe in, or we do not choose the other side, which we all know, the dictatorship. So we have to choose a side in this technological war, no matter that if we speak about financial interest or ideology, but we have to choose a side to take the leadership, to not be afraid to do this as soon as possible, while we say no to these handsome guys which are coming to us.
I'm not sure if I buy your story, but what about you, Alexandra?
I'm generally not into stories concerning young, poor girls and rich guys who are old. But on a different note, what I'd say is that I generally agree with you, Professor Zbertovich, on the note of regulations and why. Actually, I've spent more than 7 years, all in all, in the United States, and I know how anti-regulations they are, and I've participated in several discussions when Americans said that we are over-regulating the market and it will stifle innovation in Europe. And they've been saying the same about GDPR. Currently, they are saying the same about the upcoming regulation regarding artificial intelligence, deep learning, technologies that are high-risk technologies, etc. But I think it is an opportunity. Actually, the Americans also have second thoughts after problems such as Cambridge Analytica, and they do adopt more ethical, perhaps more self-regulation based, but more ethical approach to artificial intelligence, more focused on privacy, etc. And I do think that building technologies around privacy, those that guarantee, let's say, fair use of this technology, transparency, etc., is also a field of technological innovation. And I think we can be a leader because we are consistent as Europe in this area, and we can be a leader of promotion of certain values, and who knows, perhaps also certain highly innovative solutions. So in that respect, I'd actually say yes to this direction. This is something that makes us special, distinguishes us from others. And I do not think that we need to copy someone. Actually, I think geopolitically speaking, being between the United States and China could be perceived machiavellically a bit as an opportunity for a certain dialogue, setting certain standards. So here in that respect, I think Europe can play a very important role in the future. And I just want to say one thing, because I've been speaking for a short time. So I'll just say that actually I would very much welcome a situation in which politicians are somewhat or to some extent replaced by algorithmic systems. And I think it's doable. There are many scientists who are working on that, and then hopefully that's going to happen at some point.
The idea of technology built around privacy, privacy by design, that sounds promising. Rainy, do you think it's utopia or a real perspective?
Well, first of all, I think we all need to understand that governments and politicians will not innovate. They'll not come up with the biggest solutions and change rapidly the world. And vice versa, the regulation is something that actually mostly prevents innovations from happening. So what politicians and what countries can do to facilitate, to promote the innovations is actually give the tools to entrepreneurs. And Vadim, my colleague here, can probably tell you that as well. If you give the right tools to entrepreneurs, they can innovate in any of our countries. So the tools that we can give, first of all, we need to educate our society. We need to heavily invest into education, promotion of and lifelong education of our society. That's the most valuable tool for innovation. According to World Economic Forum, around 50% of people currently living in the Western states will need to be re-educated or at least increase their knowledge in some perspectives in digital knowledge in the next 5 to 10 years, 50% of workforce. Another one from OECD tells that 90% of our society will need at least basic digital skills in order to just to be useful in the job market. If we give these tools, so good education, then the second is funding. Government can allocate funding for entrepreneurs to be available to promote those innovations. And the third one is deregulate in some small mechanisms. For example, I can mention there's this legal sandbox principle. So you make one legal sort of exception area. Let's say this room, we make it a drone-free flying zone. So within this room, you can fly drones around, you can see how they interact, and you can do things that you cannot do in the streets because that might hurt someone. But right here in this room, you can experiment, you can do things with autonomous driving, with drones, whatever you have. Also applies to financial technologies, etc. So give those tools to people of our countries, and they will make the innovations. We don't need to create Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is only a place where the talent meets and the money meets. That's what Silicon Valley is. So if we available funds, if we available places to innovate, and we give education, good, modern, these days education to our society, they'll come up with the biggest innovations that we are looking for.
Do you believe in a perspective of privacy by design? Could technologies focus on this be successful? Could market allow them to spread? Yes or no?
Well, possibly yes. Possibly yes. Just a short answer.
And what about you, Vadim?
Zależy od branży. Natomiast
depends on the industry, but privacy by design is an important concept. As Alexandra has said, Cambridge Analytica shows perfectly well that if business doesn't think of privacy from day one, sooner or later the business will be vulnerable, so will be the users. In the drone industry, privacy by design is a standard, is a template solution because whilst taking and processing pictures from the air, we need to submit how we process data to the to the Civil Aviation Institute and the European Commission. If the European Commission or authorities had not put some limitations, I would never put such limitations upon myself, so it matters.
Play a role in enforcing the project of privacy by design. Could Europe of Carpathians be an initiative which could give a push to such a project? What's your gut feeling? What's your initial reaction to such an idea?
Wszystko jest możliwe z tej przyczyny chociażby, że w dziedzinie cyfryzacji
In the area of digitization, no standard solutions apply.
może mają naprawdę taką możliwość wprowadzenia.
So the smaller players may actually introduce innovative players. Now let's look at startups that have taken the world by storm. Now, they all need money. Big ideas are nice, but it's all about money. But at least much depends on that. Digitization is where Central European countries, which are not perceived to be highly innovative or highly in leadership, can still have a moment of opportunity. Much can happen, much can change, and personally, I do believe that we have to go to the grassroots and support people in the rank and file levels, in the grassroots levels, and give the seed, give them seed grants. Interestingly enough, entrepreneurs never say they want less money. I spoke to an IT company, and we spoke about money for mobile applications. They say maybe 80% funding for an application is not a very good idea. In an innovative industry where you cannot measure results easily, because if you buy a road, it's easy, you measure the road, you test the road, and fine. But if you create an application, it can be a total failure, a flat failure, but technically it can be well designed and well actually made. So what I'm saying that there are specialized groups that specialize in making applications.
We have to close soon. That I have a sort of surprise for you. I've been given before this panel sort of diploma for the participants, but I've been told that that depending on your behavior during the discussion, I will be given a special sign if the diploma are to be given to you or not. And now I got the sign that I allowed to deliver you this diploma, but I don't know how to proceed with Alexandra. Anyway.
Via blockchain. Use blockchain. We can do smart contract.
Okay. You're truly modern and progressive. Thank you very much, audience, for being with us. I'm happy that all participants find the time to be here, and now the diploma will be yours forever.
To jest koniec już dzisiejszego dnia Europy Karpat, ale nie koniec Europy Karpat w ogóle. Jutro spotykają się Państwo na kolejnych panelach. Bardzo dziękujemy ostatnim panelistom, bardzo dziękujemy Państwu, którzy dotrwaliście do końca dzisiejszego dnia.
To all those who persevered, and a logistic news, the forum buses will start moving at about 7:30, especially if you live in the Dwa Potoki Hotel.
Carpathians.